to the seventh hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the planning system and the impacts of climate change on the environment and communities. I acknowledge the Gadigal people, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders, past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name's Sue Higginson. I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone to please turn their mobile phones to silent. And parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it doesn't apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. So I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. If I could ask each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you. Joseph Hill, Executive Manager, Strategic Planning and Place at Northern Beaches Council. I'll be taking an affirmation.
Would you mind doing?
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Yanni Mentis. I'm the Executive Manager, Environment and Climate Change at Northern Beaches Council. I'll be taking affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
My name is Dominic Johnson. I'm the General Manager at Mosman Council. I'll be taking the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Craig Kovich, Director of Environment Planning, Mosman Council. I'll be giving an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Would anyone like to start by making an opening statement?
I would, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr Deputy Chair and committee members. Thank you for providing Mosman the opportunity to appear before you today to assist the committee's laudable inquiry into the impacts of climate change on communities and biodiversity and the role of development and adequacy of planning and planning bodies in managing the process. First, to introduce myself, I'm Dominic Johnson, General Manager, and I've been in the role a few months shy of 8 years. I have a master's degree in environmental science and have spent most of my career working within the 3 tiers of government, including a spell at the New South Wales Department of Planning. I'm joined by Mr Craig Kovich, the Director of Planning and Environment, who has qualifications in civil engineering science and a master's degree in administrative law. I'm sure all of the committee will be familiar with the local government area of Mosman, but just a couple of facts to assist you in your understanding of our geography and demography. Mosman is Sydney's second smallest council with a population of roughly 30,000 residents and a land area of approximately 9 square kilometres. The governance of the area is affected by 7 councillors, including the Mayor, who are all declared independents, the local Liberal State Member of the North Shore, Felicity Wilson, and at a federal level by Zali Stegel, the Independent Member of Warringah. While the area is small, it is comprised of a number of highly valued natural assets, not least being a number of highly touristed areas, including Balmoral, Chinaman's Beach, Chowder Bay and Clifton Gardens. In addition, it has a number of important parks and reserves, notably Sydney Harbour National Park, Taronga Zoo, and the significant lands owned and managed by the Sydney Harbour Federation Trust. Finally, Mosman enjoys a comprehensive tree canopy, large amounts of bushland and a corresponding mix of ecologies, flora and fauna and geomorphic landscapes. These assets, like much of New South Wales, are highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. The residents of Mosman can be characterised as politically informed, socially active and environmentally progressive. The biennial survey we do of our residents places the maintenance and protection of our natural environment very high on their list of priorities, however behind their concerns about excessive traffic and overdevelopment. Mosman Council takes the existential threat of climate change very seriously, and in November 2019 Mosman declared a climate emergency. This declaration was in response to ongoing political and community pressure to address the issue, a pressure so significant it directly impacted on the federal election of that year, with the new and still in office federal representative Zali Steggall describing herself as a politician focused on this issue. Since the declaration of a climate emergency, Mosman Council has developed climate mitigation plans and a range of climate resilience and adaptation plans. This process has been embraced by the community and ably led by a climate change committee chaired by our Mayor, Carolyn Corrigan. I won't talk you through the myriad of actions we've taken or intend to take as part of the plans, but please be assured that includes the typical responses in an urban environment to resilience, temperature increases, sea level rise, high rainfall and extreme weather events, an increase in bushfire risk. Just a little bit more, Madam Chair. As a well-established urban area, Mosman has a well-established asset base to deal with most of these impacts in the short to medium terms, including the most appropriate placement and resourcing of emergency services, planning controls to regulate the built form and locate it in the appropriate placements, building lines and coastal infrastructure to deal with minor sea level rise and storm surge, and bushland reserves and bush corridors, as well as strong tree canopy policies and pest controls to deal with biodiversity and habitat loss. Importantly, both council and most of our community are financially advantaged enough to be insured and fiscally resilient for any climate-driven extreme circumstances, at least in the short term. We are also broadly comfortable with the planning and regulatory framework that exists for assessing and determining developments on all our lands managed by council, as well as the adequacy of council's planning powers where it is given control over development in Mosman LGA, it being best placed to balance the needs for growth with sustainability in all its forms, including environmental sustainability. However, Madam Chair, I would like to conclude my opening statement by identifying a new risk currently before Council and the Mosman community in terms of its ability to respond to climate change impacts in both the planning and regulatory sense. Simply put, it is unplanned population growth and unplanned urban density. As I'm sure the committee would understand, long-standing councils such as Mosman have iteratively adopted to population growth over time. Building and managing key environmental assets has evolved as the population has grown. Whilst we are now actively engaged in minimising and offsetting Mosman's contribution to climate change in carbon emission terms, we are simply not equipped nor can adequately plan for any sudden and substantial uptick in population as our key mitigation assets are working to capacity. For clarity, I'm not referring to federal, state or citywide immigration levels, but rather the housing reforms currently proposed by the current state government. Should they take effect, we have modelled a near potential doubling of the population of Mosman. This growth has not been anticipated nor planned for. The time frame in which this will occur is unknown. Simply put, it will result in additional stress on our emergency services to respond to climatic events, require a significant enhancement of our stormwater capacity, reduce and compromise bushfire buffer zones, double our waste, double our carbon budget, reduce deep soil zones, create even more pronounced traffic congestion, and have a detrimental impact on our tree canopy and other key mitigations for heat stress. Whilst all urban environments can adapt over time to iterative densification, the cumulative impacts of unplanned but substantive residential development proposed under the housing reforms are of a scale that would challenge the resilience of any community and lead to further biodiversity loss, flooding, and place even more pressure on the bushland and coastal ecosystems so cherished and valued by our community. Mosman Council does expect its community to grow and has always planned for residential increase, but abandoning planned population growth and strategic town planning in the manner now proposed by the housing reforms will have a major negative impact on Mosman's capacity to deal with the impacts of climate change in the longer term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mint. Did you have an opening statement?
Yes, a short statement.
Thank you.
Chair, Deputy Chair, and members of the community and other committee members, thank you very much for the invitation to Northern Beaches Council. My name is Yanni Mentis and I'm the Executive Manager and I'm responsible for environment, climate change and also sustainability, community sustainability and corporate sustainability within Council. Joseph Hill, my colleague, is the Executive Manager for Strategic Place and Planning. Because of its location on the coast, Northern Beaches Council is particularly impacted by variable weather and indeed climatic conditions. As you're all familiar, we've been impacted most recently, particularly in the last 10 years, by fairly significant storm events due to the exposure on the coastline. We're blessed with very significant amounts of coastline, estuarine and lagoon environments, and there are also significant amounts of bushland in our area, some of which we have direct control and care of, and others which are belong to and are taken care of by national parks. We're therefore very exposed to significant threats that extend across the whole of our area, including bushfire risk, coastal erosion and inundation and flooding, which we've quite comprehensively detailed in our submission, and so I won't go into the detail of those. Our recommendations still stand as they are, and we'd like to thank you all for the invitation today and hope to be able to answer any questions that relate to those recommendations that we've made.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your submissions. And Mr. Johnson, could I ask you, I note you have a copy of your opening statement. Would that be possible to provide that to Hansard?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. The committee will just have some questions, if that's okay. One of the things, and I'll just start, I just wanted to ask, you clearly as councils have undertaken works, planning, you've developed instruments, informal instruments or non-enforceable instruments such as mitigation plans, adaptation plans. How do you see, do you see that they are able to have the full weight of the intention of those documents implemented through the planning system, and what assistance has the state government, or what barriers have the state government or your existing instruments to being able to implement those strategies and plans?
You want to go first or shall I? Madam Chair, at the heart of my opening statement, I think you'll understand that the perhaps problem with the plans and strategies we've developed and are sort of enacting is unregulated growth. Simply put, the variable of population growth has a profound impact on all of those plans and strategies. So the more that our community and our councillors are removed from having, direct control over planned outcomes, the more vulnerable those particular plans and strategies are to being either overridden, disregarded or ineffectual. In this instance, as I've mentioned, the capacity for us to realise those plans is going to be greatly reduced if, without, a lot of notice and understanding, we suddenly get a very significant increase in residential density.
And just on that, so you're suggesting because you don't have the planning powers to control what is getting approved and how and where, is that that's the mechanics of it?
And if I can be more specific, Madam Chair, it's not the planning powers to determine consents. It's the planning powers to strategically plan with our community for the future and to anticipate future growth. So that strategic planning power, which has always been exercised by our council, is being greatly eroded by the proposed planning reforms, which are not going to be exercised through our controls, but rather an overriding statewide SEP.
And again, sorry, I'll go to my colleague in a sec. So again, so just getting to the granular level of that, those documents that you have and your strategic documents and plans, are you suggesting that they're not being properly considered by the current state department that is setting strategic priorities? There isn't a reciprocal relationship there, or?
Look, I can't, identify what might happen into the future, but as you probably understand, we have always worked hand in glove with the state government and various other agencies, apart from the Department of Planning, to evolve a housing strategy and therefore a density strategy over time, and that's informed our, climate mitigation and adaptation plans. That power it looks like being removed from us, and that, through a stroke of a minister's pen, we're likely to get a very different result than we've been anticipating for many years. The Greater City Commissions, which has been dissolved, had a function in that, and indeed there was a commissioner whose responsibility was to look at the environment and climate. So we believe that this particular change at this time, and I'm talking about Mosman Council, believes that this particular change at this time is perhaps the greatest threat to the efficacy of the mitigation and adaptation plans we have.
Thank you. Mr Hill, were you going to add something?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. As Mr Johnson quite articulately put, we do have the powers to do the planning. We're just not being given the opportunity to do the planning, yet we're very willing to do so. So the reforms that was spoken about are effectively unplanned population is the bit that really local councils can do very well. Northern Beaches Council in particular has looked to promote these mitigation strategies through its conservation zones project, a project that was endorsed by the Department of Planning. So they are considering these ideas. However, when we got to the pointy end and the outcomes of that conservation zone, which the objectives were to control density in areas that were evidence-based, considered to be affected by bushfire, flooding, coastal, they were not in a position to embrace it. So we do the evidence-based planning very well. The issue really is that, albeit that the state did consider it, they didn't come up with the answer that really would put the local government or planning system on the edge of actually embracing more change that will address greater densities. The last comment there is just on the density word. We do plan for iterative density pretty well. We don't plan for unplanned density very well at all. That subject is extremely complex, and that's a bit that is the most challenging about the latest set of planning reforms.
Just my last question is when you say the iterative, what are the timeframes that you you've been planning for versus what this unplanned?
In reverse order, the unplanned really is not something I can give you an answer on. It seems like a little bit of a void that drops down every couple of weeks and has some variation between councils at the moment. So I can't give you an accurate timeframe there other than to say it's short and it's uncertain. The longer term timeframes we've been working on in my 20-odd years town planning, you work on a 5-year development target, a 10, a 15, and as you sort of take the longer term, you start moving out of the planning documentation into the council corporate planning and you start establishing 20-year vision. So working from the earlier period or the shorter period being 5 or 10 years, you get more specific. And then as you get into the longer term planning, you get a little bit more general. So the iterative planning is really the 5 and 10 year targets. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the outset, I'll make the public declaration that I'm a ratepayer in Northern Beaches Council. Used to live about 300 metres from here. But if I could just start out in terms of the issues the Northern Beaches faces. As you mentioned in your opening statement, bushfires, floods, coastal erosion, you've got a lot of the big issues when it comes to climate impacts and environmental impacts. Now, back to the planning reform. And I note from your submission you talk quite a lot about bushfires and bushfire risk and some of the areas, particularly with aged care, that you have that are bushfire risk areas. Now, from my understanding, Northern Beaches is working across 3 LEPs, is it? From the old Manly, Warringah and 4, is it? 4 LEPs, which have not been standardised, so to speak. So when it comes particularly to the old Pittwater area, you've got a lot of R3 zones, which are which from looking at them are largely aged care developments, a lot abut the bush. And with these changes that are proposed, you could see densities of up to 6 stories on some of those locations. Does that present a concern for you in terms of bushfire risk and what is happening in terms of a changing environment in the Northern Beaches?
Yes, this is a very simple answer. We have gone through a process that has been a bit murky in terms of doing the analysis of the planning reforms. You're talking about the distance from a town centre, for example, which might encapsulate those types of properties that you talked about in sensitive zones, and not only properties but types of uses. We've got enough of a picture to say we're very concerned about certain uses in essentially aged care is one of them, and the sensitive zones overlaid with bushfire. We've got a lot of very good analysis around that. The concerns very strongly stated in pretty much the last 5 or 6 pieces of correspondence have been tabled to the State Planning Department.
Now, you also mentioned in your submission about asset protection zones. Does council keep a register of all the asset protection zones? And what's council's responsibility with those?
I'd have to take that question on notice. About the
I
register.
think I can provide some answer to that. Council's a member of the Bushfire Management Committee in the local area, the Northern Beaches Bushfire Management Committee, where we work with the RFS and other emergency agencies locally. They have a process where they keep records of all of the hazard reduction burns that are undertaken and other such stuff. We've also got a very clear understanding of where our reserves are and where our APZs are, and we regularly review that and ensure that we're up to date on a quarterly basis to ensure that we're delivering against our requirements to manage those APZs. So we do have a very discrete record of all of the APZs across the whole of the LGA that we're responsible for.
And what is that requirement in terms of the management of those APZs?
We are required to regularly clear the APZs can make sure that they're appropriately taken care of, and so on a quarterly basis we engage contractors to do that work.
And I might turn to Mosman Council now in terms of the commentary about the changes to the low and mid-rise housing. I guess to play devil's advocate somewhat, and you said that this wasn't a criticism in terms of migration either at a state level or a federal level, but we do have an increasing population. They do need to be housed somewhere. And I guess every council across the state would say that those increases in population do change their plans. How would Mosman suggest we approach that rather than a blanket one-size-fits-all across the state?
Thank you for the question. Essentially, Mosman has always been planning for growth, and it tends to try and concentrate that growth in the best areas. In our particular case, it's primarily around Spit Junction, and that has been the epicentre of growth from a planning perspective for the council for some years. That wasn't done by ourselves unilaterally. It was done in concert with many conversations with departmental planning staff and also with the Greater Sydney Commission, and in fact with the community as well through local strategic planning statements and the like. So I guess in simple, we believe that the growth should occur where there is appropriate access to the utilities and amenities and transport. In Mosman's case, we do have a reasonable amount of low-density residential areas, but it might surprise the committee to realise that 2/3 of our residents live in apartments. You probably see them as you drive down Military Road and Spit Road. We don't think that allowing greater density in our established low-density suburbs is going to be good, specifically in terms of climate change. And the reason for that is inevitably result in the loss of tree canopy. Our tree canopy covers about 1/3 of Mosman. It will really reduce deep soil zones. It will create increased traffic and require greater emergency services responsiveness. I mean, those are just a few. You could probably list many more. So the answer is we would put density where there is and being planned for density, and that's in the town centres, by allowing greater heights. And that was something we're actively pursuing, but that's now been, I guess, put on the back burner because of the planning reforms that are proposed now.
Now, we've heard evidence from other councils that they expected to receive their housing targets last year. Was that the expectation of both your councils?
Yes, it was.
And if that had been the case, what would you have done in response to those targets?
Yeah, look, it's a bit hard to say because we don't know how big the targets are. We've always had modest targets, I'll be honest, but the last target was 300 dwellings in 5 years. And that seems incredibly small, but as I mentioned earlier in my opening statement, we're just essentially a suburb. We're not Parramatta, we're not Penrith, we're just a suburb of 9 square kilometres minus 3 kilometres of parkland, so 6 square kilometres. So if we had a very aggressive target, and I anticipate essentially that's what we're going to get. We would have had to look at, I guess, the entire ribbon of road system that encompasses Military Road and Spit Road and look at upzoning that, and looked at also, as I mentioned, Spit Junction and perhaps all the way to Mossman Junction at the other end of the High Street. Having said that, we can create capacity. In fact, we have capacity, but it doesn't mean that it gets built. We have many consents that are unactivated. And in addition,
And do you have a register of how many consents you've got that are unactivated?
we don't have a formal register, no.
Do you have an idea of the number of dwellings or range of the number of dwellings that would be provided if those were activated?
Quantifyingly, I think it was about 20% of our current consents are not activated.
Okay.
So I guess that's probably the best indication I can give you.
Could you take a notice just to get the actual figure,
Certainly.
please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And in particular, whether they're residential capacity.
Yeah.
If they're consents and they have,
But I would just like to make a distinction between that likely number will be many factors lower than what we're looking at. As I mentioned earlier, the modelling we've done with a very reputable land economists firm, also used by the state government, is indicating we would get potentially 10 to 12,000 new dwellings that would double our rateable residential property base. So, it's a bit hard to say, well, if suddenly you're asked to double your population, what would you do? Because in planning terms, we've never done that. I mean, it's taken us over 120 years to get to where we are. We're being asked to do it in a matter of months.
Yeah.
So it would be basically looking at all the things I've just mentioned, but it would be challenging, and the height limits would be like nothing Mossman's ever seen before or has in precedential terms. And do I think that the surrounding social infrastructure, the schools and the playing fields and everything from emergency services could cope? No, I don't think it can. And nor do I think that, importantly, in terms of climate change, things like managing stormwater could cope. We'd have to basically replumb every major stormwater line, water line, every utility in order to accommodate that sort of growth.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Ms.
go
Munro,
ahead.
it's-
No, you
okay.
go first.
Just trying to grapple with some of these figures in the context of an obvious housing crisis. Now, I think it would be fair to say, and I'm sure you'd accept, that there's a general community perception, and the government has accepted that perception and reality that there's a housing crisis and we need to find places for people to live. And everyone's got to carry the weight and share the load. You mentioned 300 dwellings over 5 years, which is 60 houses a year, notwithstanding the size of the LGA. I understand it's a small LGA. You would accept that there would need to be an uptick in the share of housing in this particular LGA. So my question is, what dialogue have you entered into with the government to try and find a way through in terms of those metrics? And how sophisticated is that conversation?
Sure. So look, up until, I guess, the Greater Sydney's Commission was dissolved, and even beyond that, there is regular dialogue between staff and departmental officials. And, as I think we've all said, that's an iterative process. It's long-standing, where we talk about future targets and capacity. In terms of these recent reforms, we're learning as much by reading newspapers as we are in terms of getting official information, to be honest.
As are we all.
But however, I did benefit from a meeting with the Planning Minister 2 days ago. The Mayor and I went and met with Mr Scully and had a conversation. Again, we still don't have housing figures. We still don't know when the SEP that will, I guess, bring this all into train will occur. And it's never been put to us that we should anticipate a 10-fold doubling of our normal target. And just to remember that the housing targets that have been set for us haven't been of our own making. They have been given to us recognising the very significant impediments we have. We have one road through Mosman which is at capacity, and that's recognised. The one piece of infrastructure we were going to get to alleviate that outcome, the Beaches Link Tunnel, has been cancelled. We are already a dense suburb by Sydney standards. 2/3 of our residents live in apartments. In some respects, one could argue, if you're talking about equity, we've done heavy lifting historically.
But can I just sort of tease out some of these points you're making? This you say that you haven't been informed of this tenfold increase. So where did that come from? The tenfold increase?
So we've looked at the statement of effects from the proposed housing reforms that have been released, and then we've modelled, as I mentioned earlier, with an economic land firm, what those effects would be in our low density and medium density.
So was the reconciliation of that metric raised with the minister when you met him?
It was.
And what was the response?
There will be future conversations about where there may or may not be the ability to deliver, but we've all got to shoulder this load. I mean, I wouldn't want to breach any confidences, but I didn't walk away thinking that there would be a substantial haircut to that number.
Because my understanding is that the minister's office, the view is that if councils have a pathway forward about where they want the uplift and how that might happen within the constraints, then that dialogue is more than happy to be facilitated. But what we've seen in some LGAs is not in my backyard. I mean, I'm not suggesting that's the case here, but I'm just trying to tease out the extent to which you got any joy in that respect.
No, I think it's a fair question, and I think it's on the public record that our mayor has been very open about wishing to be at the table and wishing to do our share. I think the issue is it's very difficult to know what's on the table and what's off the table when you don't have a target. So if you don't know whether you're trying to deliver 10,000 or 5,000, whether you can be excluded from some of the density changes in the medium area, and then we have a compounding impact where we've got town centres that are on our border, such as Cremorne, which will have an impact, but we don't know where North Sydney's going to go with that. So I think it was Mr. Hill who said it's complex, and it is complex, and that's why it takes so much time. We've reached a kind of a level of comfort understanding historically, but this is a game changer, which, coming back to the central point, we weren't prepared for, but I don't think any council reasonably was prepared for. So to know that we could potentially, write our own destiny with the latitude of the minister is not something we can put our hand on our hearts and say, we're confident we'll get, because we don't know what the task is yet.
So coming out of that meeting, was there takeaway next steps as to getting a more precise parameter on what's required and how you'll get there?
Not as a function of that meeting, but it was explained to us that the meeting that is imminent with my staff next week will be a further iteration of the dialogue. But the time frame is pressing, and it is one that is set by the National Housing Accords as much as I can see as anything else.
Thanks.
Can I just go to it was in the submission from Northern Beaches where you referred to the Land and Environment Court overturning the seniors living. So it was an example of this is the deferred lands area in Oxford Falls and Belrose North under Warringah. Seniors housing is permitted in this area. Despite council opposition, the Land and Environment Court has approved several developments. Is that something that continues? Is this something that you are facing as a council?
Madam Chair, I can only speak sort of generally. There will be ongoing cases where council will make a recommendation and the court will find, or come to a position the court will find different for various reasons. The court process is not straightforward. Decisions are made once they narrow down on the key issues. So in a general sense, that will continue to happen. Once applicant takes council to court on an issue, council's control is basically ceded, and the determination body takes over from there. So that's not going to change in the short term.
And does it, do the outcomes of each of those impact the next decision that you make, or does there?
Yes, invariably yes. To what degree? I think we'll leave it pretty high level, but if you get a court decision that's been made before, if you get a very similar or exact scenario again, you'd expect that decision to impact the way council writes or approaches the determination or assessment report. Sorry.
And do you have matters before the court now?
We will. I'm not across the detail of all.
Yeah. Do you have matters before the court?
We always have matters before the court.
Right. Do you know how many at the moment, or do you ever consider what is the average at any given time?
Yeah, the average at any given time would be approximately 10.
Right. And so in terms of the accepting there is the challenge right now with housing and the state's plan for councils. What do you see as the best way, what do you see as the best outcome for your two councils in the next couple of years in relation to the state's, addressing the housing crisis, but also with managing the climate adaptation and mitigation capacity of your assets that you've talked about? What do you think is the best steps that you can take in terms of, the best outcomes in the negotiation? So at the moment, what I'm saying is the state, it appears, will drop at some point figures for you. What would you like to see next?
Do you want to go first?
I'll jump in quickly. Thank you. What I'd like to see next is collaboration actually be genuinely undertaken. It's within the department's ability to come and talk to all local governments. The key theme for the submissions has been we'd like to talk to you and understand where these reforms are coming from. So the question before around genuine dialogue, it was available for the state to talk to councils before the reforms dropped. Council would really go, this is what we're doing. And so for Northern Beaches, we have a set of controls and documents that we've worked through. We established centres that we were looking for increased population, housing diversity areas. We're going to bring them all together in the 4 LEPs that will be put to council in June. And council is also accepting that there will be some development. So if a number was to pop out, we'd obviously have a right of reply as to what that might look like, but give us a genuine right of reply, excuse me, and have a genuine collaboration, which does mean that the state will have to be open as to what, say, targets are, where the targets have come from. As I said, not slightly repeating myself, it's available to them to do that. Their staff are willing to talk to us. It's about them being able to provide us with the information. And you find, from what I've seen from most councils who made a submission, that we'd like a seat at the table that is actually genuine. And then, to one of your first questions, if we have planning powers that can then enact increases in density in an appropriate manner, councils want to do that on the behalf of their community. And when councils do get the confidence of their community to do that, that's actually the most efficient way to deliver, in this case, more population in an appropriate manner.
Look, I'd echo many of those sentiments, but just add two things. One is that the notion of housing affordability and housing supply is not new for us. It's a space we've been in really since the Cumberland plan first came into being and town planning became a thing in Sydney. So it's a challenge that we are well versed in and have some skill and understanding of. And it's disappointing that many of, I guess the thought leaders, but also the planning muscle has been ignored from local council's perspective. And again, I'll just point out, I think that the decommissioning of the Greater Cities Commission is a retrograde step. I guess in terms of going forward, how we'd like it to work would be, first of all, to be given the figures the housing targets and be given an opportunity to prove we can at least zone and plan for them before, I guess, that is taken away from us, which is what I understand the SEP will do. And we're happy to accept that would be a fairly tight time frame, but we're riding roughshod over, I think, 47 LEPs or 47 councils LEPs, probably many more LEPs than 47. Those have all been carefully curated with the community in mind. So it's not just the fact that we would like a seat at the table, but by default, we would like to bring the community with us. I can't pretend there would be a social licence for a lot of the development that's going to occur under these reforms. And I think that's an important piece of the puzzle.
But part of the problem now is you're going to get the targets. There's going to be a low and mid-rise SEP in place. Councils are going to throw up their hands, aren't they, and say, well, our job's already been done. We've got the low and mid-rise SEP, why bother? In terms of actually doing a proper strategic plan and revise those LAPs, because effectively the state government's come in and intervened already.
Strongly agree with that statement.
Look, notwithstanding those restraints, I understand the overriding desire of councils to bring the community along with them, but you would accept that there is a huge demographic out there which is experiencing housing stress and a housing crisis, and government's in a position whereby it's been elected on a platform to solve that crisis, and obviously there will be sections of the community who don't want that for their own benefit and self-interest. It's perfectly understandable, but do you think that, are you suggesting that it's the government's position is unfair in terms of balancing those concerns given it was elected on that platform?
No, I'm not suggesting that, with respect. What I'm suggesting is that all planning, whether it be for climate change or population growth, takes time and needs to be done in an expert fashion. This seems to be an aberration of a process which is, well, as I said, well established for us and which we have felt we've contributed to. So it's perhaps the manner that is of concern. In terms of addressing the housing crisis, we totally understand that is an important thing for this government to do. But being essentially overridden in its execution is the concern.
This one.
Thank you. I had a question, Mr. Hill or Mr. Mentis, about the coastal protection works that you mentioned in your submission. I was just wondering if you've got some examples of the situations that have arisen where council has had to coordinate with Crown Lands to obtain relevant approvals. You note that there have been issues in relation to affecting public amenity, but there's no clear definition. I'm just wondering if there are some concrete examples that you can provide that demonstrate these issues.
Yes, you'd all be very familiar with the Collaroy Narrabeen works that are being undertaken, and that's a specific example of those particular issues that have been raised.
So is that, how is that going? Is it on a path to resolution?
In terms of those problems or in terms of the coastal protection?
In terms of those problems.
We are working closely with Crown Lands whenever we need to in order to try to resolve those problems as planning approvals, as planning assessments come to bear, and also dealing with them with regards to the public works that we're doing at those locations, which involves the car park area near Collaroy, near the Collaroy pub, and the road ends in between the private works that are being conducted.
Is it a common occurrence? Like, obviously that's quite an example that has played out fairly publicly. Are there any other examples that have demonstrated that this is a problem over time?
We have a number of locations on the northern beaches where there is the requirement for coastal protection, some historical ones like, for example, down at Manly and elsewhere. And in many instances there is the interface between Crown land and public land is a little bit unclear, and so on all of those occasions we're required to communicate with Crown lands in order to understand exactly where the borders are.
Mm-hmm. Is there any process that would make that easier for you at this point? Or it's just been a matter of just charging through, essentially?
Look, I would say that we have a good relationship with Crown lands and with the staff there.
Mm-hmm.
It does take some time on occasion to get through the process, but we do work with them closely.
Okay, thank you.
I've just got one question on that. In relation to retreat, what is the consideration of any planned retreat, and where is that kind of sitting at the moment?
As you can appreciate, planned retreat is a consideration in terms of different methods that might be used to deal with coastal erosion in particular, but also any hazard. But as you can also appreciate, the difficulty for council and generally for state and federal governments is the cost associated with that, in particular in locations like the Northern Beaches or arguably Mossman and other areas where the land values are significantly high, and the consequence of planned retreat would be, I think the costs would be astronomical.
And so just to finish on that, when you say it's a consideration, to what extent and where does that happen? Like, is it put forward and then it's not an option, or is it put forward as a discussion? Is it something that is within your planning scope? Is it?
Yeah, I don't think I can answer that, Chair. I'm not familiar with that specific area of how we deal with that in the planning regime.
Is it possible to take that on notice and just provide us some? Because it seems, it's such a that it's a hard edge of adaptation, obviously, and it would be very good for the committee to understand what does council do. Obviously, we build walls, we talk about beach nourishment, all those sort of things, but what do we do and where do we talk about planned retreat, if at all? Thank you very much. We've come to the end of the time of our session. Ms. Munro,
can I just ask that you might just want to take this on notice as well? It just says council has identified inconsistencies between the Resilience and Hazards SEP and the Coastal Management Act, and I just wondered if you could provide on notice what those inconsistencies are, please.
Yeah, we can take that on notice and provide that to you.
Thank you.
Are there any final things you want to add? Anything that you haven't? Okay.
Just thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you for your time. The Secretariat will be in contact with you for questions taken on notice to facilitate that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome, and thank you for attending today and giving your time to give evidence. Could I ask you to please start by stating your name, position, title, and swearing either an oath or an affirmation? And Mr. Head, we'll start with you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My name's Stephen Head. I'm the General Manager at Hornsby Shire Council. I'll take an affirmation today. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. My name is James Farrington. I'm the Director of Planning and Compliance at Hornsby Council. I'll be taking the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would either of you like to make an opening?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I will do so. Thank you.
you.
Well, first of all, thank you once again for inviting us along to present to you this morning. Just a little bit about Hornsby Shire. You're probably well aware where we're located, but Hornsby Shire actually is a little bit larger than Mossman. We're 460 square metres in size. But of note, nearly 2/3 or 70% of Hornsby Shire is bushland or national parks. So quite a sensitive environment. 10% is urban, 15% rural, 5% open space, and we have over 1,300 kilometres of rivers and creeks. What makes us a very sensitive environment. We've experienced significant bushfires, impacts of flooding along the Hawkesbury River, and extensive portions of our residential areas, 34% in fact, are bushfire prone. We have extensive interface areas with our national parks and our open space areas. Our own flood mapping also shows that 20% of our properties are below the probable maximum flood level. Some of the key issues for us of note, approximately 3% per annum of our of our tree canopy in our residential areas is being lost on an annual basis. We continue to have adverse impacts on the health and function of our creeks and waterways from development. And one thing that we are happy with is that we currently recycle 45% of our waste and diverting it from landfill. But we acknowledge the challenges in terms of climate change, population growth and land use intensification. Hornsby Council has been proactive in this area and we have adopted a mission target of net zero by 2050 and an interim target of 50% by 2030, and we're well on way to achieve that target. Of note, we've adopted the Hornsby Sustainable Hornsby Initiative 2040, which acknowledges the challenges of climate change and has a number of actions to address that. In terms of reference of the inquiry, and I note the comments from the previous session, Hornsby Council is very aware of the population challenges faced across Sydney and the housing challenges. And we've been very proactive in that space. At the end of last year, we adopted a master plan for development of the Hornsby Town Centre to facilitate another 4,900 dwellings, and we're currently working with the state government in relation to planning around Cherry Metro to facilitate housing provision in that area. However, whilst we acknowledge the challenges of population growth and the need to provide housing, some of the issues that we do see in key recommendations is that there should be acknowledgement that climate change is a legitimate constraint to development by excluding sensitive areas, such as bushfire areas, mapped high biodiversity areas, and flood-prone lands, which are unsuitable for increased intensity of development. There should be a willingness to work with councils in relation to identifying those sensitive areas, including vegetation mapping and the like. Outside those areas where it's been identified as being of high sensitivity, there should be working with councils in relation to those targets and the development standards for development within those areas. For instance, in terms of the low and mid-rise housing reforms, we would say that whilst the initiatives and objectives may be on point, some of the densities proposed are just far too great. For instance, the one dwelling per 225 square metres in our low density zones will have significant impact on both the character and our tree canopy. In relation to the building sustainability set, We'd also argue there should be ability to work with councils to include initiatives that go beyond that. One of the initiatives we're currently working on, for instance, is a ban on gas in new residential developments. This is an issue that is being addressed not only by Hornsby, but a number of other councils, including Lane Cove, Waverley and the City of Parramatta, who have introduced similar controls. We would say that it should be a state government position in relation to the use of gas in these buildings, has been done in Victoria and the ACT. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Farrington, can I ask, with your opening statement, could we arrange to make that available to the Secretary?
Happy to do so, Madam Chair, but they are dot points, but I'll provide them anyway.
I think everything helps. Thank you very much. We'll have some questions. Do my colleagues want to go first?
My question was around data, actually. I know it's something that you didn't necessarily explicitly call out in your submission, but we've heard a lot from councils who are concerned that they're not getting enough detail in terms of bushfire or flooding data. And I'm wondering if you're facing that problem at all, or if you have managed to collect a set of maps that is already adequate for your purposes.
Madam Chair, in terms of planning for bushfire protection, Council has updated bushfire maps and we're comfortable with that mapping. The flood mapping obviously is a challenge for us and we're currently working through that process. I can't speak for the specifics in relation to the data of the preparation of those maps, but one of the key issues facing Council, and I'm aware is also facing a number of councils, is getting the community acceptance of that mapping and the implications for their property. A bit like bushfire-prone lands, it has an effect on property values. So one of the key challenges for us is the education of the community about the need for that mapping and how it applies to their lands.
And how are you addressing that challenge with residents?
We're in the middle of that process. We're doing it factually, but at the moment we has exhibited those maps on one occasion. In response to those concerns, we're actually undertaking a peer review of that mapping to reaffirm Council's position. It is a lengthy and costly process for the Council.
Okay, and when you say exhibiting online or in a physical location, advertising that it's all available? Yep. Okay. And are people invited to make submissions on that?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And will responses to those submissions be made public as well? Like obviously if it's a conversation, it's not just about people's feelings towards things, but it is about addressing information that may not be correct or needs to be provided in more detail.
Correct. So Council's process would be to take on those submissions, but at the moment that exhibition process has been placed on hold in response to community feedback to enable that peer review process I mentioned earlier. So we commenced the exhibition, but in response to feedback from the community, Council agreed to undertake a peer review process of that mapping, but then it's anticipated that will then be reported to Council in the future to undertake a further consultation. Our process is normally to review those submissions and report those back to Council for consideration in finalising any plans.
Is this a process that other councils are using as well, or is this something that you're pioneering and perhaps could be used by other councils if necessary?
No, it's a process that other councils are following.
Okay.
I might just add, if I may, that if there's not a lot of understanding, I think, in the broader community about the implications, one, of the consequences of unmapped areas, but also just understanding of what happens once we have mapped the areas. And certainly the community feedback we received was, is in the hundreds and it's detailed. It's been one-on-one meetings. It's been a very extensive process. But you can imagine for an individual property owner with their most significant asset being told that it's now been identified as a flood-prone lot. It's quite concerning to them. Sort of working through that is a very challenging sort of process for individuals. So we're trying to do it in a way that both balances the public interest, but at the same point of time respects, sort of the concerns of individual property owners.
And how are you doing that balancing, apart from meeting them and telling them this is the consequence of it? Is that an iterative process as they present to you their own evidence, so to speak, as to?
We've encouraged any property owner that wants to provide their own detailed assessments to do that. As Mr. Farrington said, it's been a process whereby we had a number of concerns raised. whilst council, in our instance, we're fairly confident about the veracity of the mapping that's been undertaken, one of the things we thought to do to ensure that there's community confidence in the work that's been undertaken was that we'd undertake a peer review. We use that as the basis with which we can then go back and have a broader discussion, and probably a more nuanced discussion with a number of property owners that think that in some cases the mapping isn't accurate. Excuse me, but we have encouraged any property owner that wants to undertake that, to undertake some further analysis themselves and come and talk to us about that.
Mm-hmm. And are you seeing that? Have you already received, this is bushfire prone land, and someone's come and said no, it's not, or yes? Is that happening?
We find that most people, as they go away, it's a complex matter for them to, it costs money to go to do that for one thing, generally. But I think where some people go and do it, they usually come back with fairly similar findings to what we found. In the end, the mapping process is fairly standardised. What I think, unfortunately, is probably there's not a broad understanding in the community. I'm talking well outside of just Hornsby. I'm talking broadly in the community about just why we need to do it and what it is that we do it and what it actually means and what it doesn't mean too, for that matter.
You mentioned with the flooding, you mentioned probable maximum flood and the PMFs. Is that something that you have changed in terms of going from the one in whatever to incorporating PMFs? Is that something more recent?
No, it's not. And look, we're using the standard process, as Mr. Head said. This is not unique to Hornsby Council. All councils are should be using the same process and procedures. So we've used the 1% at this point, but that's not a resolved position of the council at this time. We will be going back to council with the mapping and results of the community consultation at the end of that process.
Can I ask, what sort of dialogue have you engaged in with the Minister's Office in respect of these planning uplifts and, trying to get a handle on the metrics and the density, and has there been any sort of interaction?
Madam Chair, are you referring to the housing reforms or the housing targets?
The housing targets.
Yeah. So we have a pretty good dialogue with the government and the Department of Planning throughout the process. So we've had, through our housing strategy preparation, we have dialogue with the government. We're having ongoing meetings with them in terms of planning for the Hornsby Town Centre, because we are an accelerated precinct, and council have used that as a great opportunity to take forward its adopted master plan to deliver housing.
That's the 400 metre, the Todd stuff.
No, they're tier one.
And this is the 4,900.
So the transit orientated development is divided into two components. One is the precincts, which is the ones around the stations, and then there's the 8 accelerated precincts. So we don't have any of the stations, but we have an accelerated precinct being the Hornsby Town Centre.
And we're doing an inquiry into that, so we can certainly. Are we seeing you again at that inquiry, possibly?
I think you will.
I suggest we will.
So we're in a very good position that we've done the strategic work for the Hornsby Town Centre, and we have an adopted master plan. So we're working with the government to see how that can be implemented. So we had the master plan, now we're working with the government on the actual planning controls. And the key issue for us, like most councils, is about the infrastructure delivery. So there's both state and local, so we see there's a great opportunity to work with the government on bringing forward the associated state infrastructure as well as the local. So that's one component. The other...
And you're satisfied with the level of feedback and sort of metrics around all that sort of stuff?
To date we are. But as I said, the two things we see is that we've got the adopted strategic position. The two outcomes that our council is keen to see through that is taking that forward. So we want to see the planning controls implemented plus the funding strategy. So we still haven't seen that, and that's an ongoing discussion and dialogue that we're having with the government, as provided we can get positive outcomes, and council would be happy. The other area that we're working with the government on is the low and mid-rise reforms, which you're aware of. Our position is, as I said, stated there, that we think that we want to see some movement on the exclusion of certain areas which are not appropriate for increased densities, and that seems to be an area that there seems to be open dialogue to consider, and would say that's appropriate. The other area we're saying...
And can I just ask quickly on that? So those areas are ones that perhaps, in terms of the terms referenced this inquiry, are impacted by climatic events. You're looking at bushfire-prone land.
So we would
particularly
say the
flood-prone land.
three main components being bushfire, flooding and vegetation.
Yeah.
The other component we say is heritage conservation, which we say as well should be excluded.
May I just add very quickly, if I may, Madam Chair, just to address your questions, that we have had direct dialogue with the Minister's office and with the Minister. We've been very pleased to find an open ear to those conversations, and as Mr Farrington says, then for senior levels of the department, there's certainly been ongoing dialogue there. What we'd like to see probably is, certainly an integrated approach across the various departments of representing the state government. We'd certainly like to see transport and Tahi sort of engage with planning around the delivery of the infrastructure, and even for that matter, potentially the delivery of critical housing within some of those areas as well.
So this is an interesting piece of evidence, which sort of contrasts to other evidence we've heard, where it seems as though you've proactively reached out. The government's actually open-minded about where this goes. So you see yourself as, whilst there's obviously issues across departments and infrastructure delivery and all the rest of it, you can see a way forward whereby Hornsby Shire can navigate a path where the community comes on board and we get the housing uplift we need.
Well, we're in a good position because we've undertaken the strategic work up front and we've already done the community engagement.
Yeah.
So we believe that the community is supportive, because going back to the housing targets...
Sorry, was that... So in terms of the timeline of that, was that in anticipation of what the government was saying when we got elected, or you've done this work even prior to that?
This is prior to that.
Yeah.
So we had a commitment under our local strategic planning statement, which included a housing component to meet our ongoing housing obligations, and we incorporated it in our housing strategy, which was endorsed by the government. So it was an action arising from our housing strategy that we would do that. We'd also do work in relation to medium density housing. So the actions we were working on were the Hornsby Town Centre, which has been endorsed, and we've also prepared and are in the preparation of a medium density housing strategy, but we have placed that on hold because of the current housing, low and mid-rise housing reforms, and seeing where they go. So we have made representations, and we'll be making that same comments, which is give us the target, give us a time frame, and let us do the work locally, because we certainly are not shying away from the need to provide housing, and we've demonstrated that. We're just saying let us continue to do that work locally.
And Hornsby's exceeded its housing targets, hasn't it?
We're on housing targets. So we would say that we're on the current targets. If the targets are to increase, let us know, and we can plan appropriately in conversation with our community, having regard to our local constraints. And that's what we've got a proven track record of doing.
Just on that, you mentioned in your opening statement that you're losing 3% of tree canopy per year. I don't recall the figure you said that the LGA is tree canopy covered. I can't. Did you have a figure?
I don't have it. I can provide that figure.
That would be great.
Certainly can.
But with that loss of 3%...
Unless Mr Head can...
I can tell the Herald reported us as having approximately 42% of tree cover across the LGA. I'd say the accurate figure is somewhat less than that. Please remember that, as Mr Farrington said, about 70% of our LGA is actually bushland, so that offsets. Our concern is really it's the loss of tree canopy within our urban areas, and particularly if we look at some of some unconstrained development within the low and mid-rising low and mid-rise proposals that are there. It's the capacity for probably overdevelopment on some sensitive sites, which means we further lose tree canopy. And when we look at the impacts of climate change, heat island effect, that's something that's a real concern. I think Mr Farrington a little earlier talked about the fact as a council we've planted over 30,000 trees in a very short period of time, going back a few years ago. We're trying to mitigate the loss of tree canopy as best we can, but that's largely restricted these days to the public realm, and that's increasingly we're running out of space to do that.
So with the 3% loss per year, is that from clearing for specific development, and is it for housing? Is it for what would you
It's
suggest?
largely on residential blocks when you're seeing residential development. So the size of dwellings on residential blocks the size of dwellings are getting larger, backyards are getting smaller. So we are losing trees on these sites.
The other component that's probably worthwhile mentioning from probably a policy perspective of our council is where trees are allowed to be removed within certain areas in bushfire-prone areas without sort of approvals as such, and that's probably something that certainly had concern of some in the community and our council over an extended period of time as well.
And so you're suggesting those fire requirements in the APZ, is that moving into the bushland areas, and that's where it's happening, the loss of canopy there?
As I mentioned before, given that we've got such a large park, which is national parks, a lot of our properties have interface with open space and parks, so they have quite significant APZ requirements in terms of planning for bushfire protection. So where we're seeing replacement dwellings, the APZs can be 20 or 30 metres into properties, which sees clearing on those interface areas. So it's a combination, as Mr Head said, as a planning for bushfire protection, but also community expectations for larger dwellings and smaller back gardens.
Are you experiencing LEC challenges in that specific realm, or have you found a way that you're navigating in terms of applying?
We haven't seen a significant increase in Land Environment Court appeals. We have around about 4 to 5 per year. The majority of those we're able to mediate outcomes on. So I don't see a link between necessarily change in planning controls and court appeals. We try and work with applicants to get an outcome, and that keeps our appeals down.
Thank you. The ban on gas. I'm curious about where that came from and where that.
It came from our councillors as a mayoral minute.
Yep.
They were concerned about the health impacts of gas. They had received representations from members of the community raising concerns about the health impacts of gas, and they moved a mayoral minute was moved and endorsed by the council to explore it. We got some advice in relation to the health impacts, reported that to council, and it was supported. Council were obviously mindful that a number of other councils were doing work in this area as well, and we're keen to explore it as a possibility for how it would apply in Hornsby Shire. And it's just gone on exhibition.
Right.
I think Mr Farrington's earlier point was a bit about probably the preference to see state government actually take an overarching lead role, see it as a policy initiative or otherwise for that matter, so that there's I think more regularisation rather than having individual councils doing something in that particular space. So that was
I think thanks, Mr Head. That's exactly right. Is that we would say that the issues that we're dealing with on the ban of gas are not unique to Hornsby. It is probably something which would apply equally across the state. So we would suggest that rather than councils doing individual strategies dealing with it, it would be more appropriate that the government make a position as to whether or not it's appropriate to ban gas or otherwise.
When you say it's on exhibition, has there been positive findings around it and feedback, or is it too early to say?
It's just gone on exhibition.
Yes.
We haven't literally haven't received submissions on it at this point.
We'll be watching, I suppose. Yeah. So in terms of flood and fire, what is your engagement in terms of emergency services, and how are you satisfied with your current arrangements and what's happening, or do you think there needs to be an uplift in the way things are done? Or
we work really closely with local emergency services, and particularly given we've got such a large rural area, and we work incredibly closely with rural fire services, both sort of the central organisation, but also all of the local brigades. We're actually very, very proud of the work that we do there. Having said that, it's an extremely costly exercise for an individual council to be able to support I think we have something in the order of 13 local brigades, which is, it's quite for a council which has both urban and peri-urban areas. It's quite an extensive commitment that we need to provide there. Things such as sort of the recent increases in emergency services levy and some of the other funding arrangements certainly sort of put a strain on council in a way that we would probably, that I think ultimately is impacting our community. We've recently committed to doing more work around resilience and working very closely with Recovery New South Wales around development of resilience plans. In particular, we were impacted by floods and the floods of the Hawkesbury over the last few years, particularly down at Wiseman's Ferry, which is somewhat of a community hub servicing almost 4 local government areas. So we're working very, very closely with the community, Recovery New South Wales and the local emergency organisations to better prepare for how we can, both avoid, better prepare communities for, be more resilient sort of during and sort of in that recovery phase after emergency. So I think it's an area, given the impacts of climate change, we recognise we need to take a stronger role in that. The funding constraints of that, but for local government, and this is probably one point I was hoping I might have the opportunity to make, which is around the disaster funding, the disaster recovery funding arrangements, is a real challenge for councils such as ourselves. We want to provide great service to our communities when they most are in need of our support. The means by which disasters are declared and the way that the funding piece works is we almost need to sort of upfront provide the cash flow to service communities' needs during emergencies when they most need our support. We almost do that on a gamble that we will receive some compensation further down the road. The processes around that are not particularly helpful to our communities ultimately, and certainly Hornsby is out of pocket to the tune of millions of dollars over the number of emergencies or natural disasters that we've experienced over the last 6 or so years, which have included several significant storms, floods, risk of bushfire in a couple of instances. So that's something I think the preparedness around that and the capacity for local government to have sustainable funding to be able to support our communities through that is something I'd certainly like to bring to the committee's attention.
Thank you. Yeah, that's it reminds me of Lismore Council in 2017 after the flood then was it in debt for a long time, and then 2022 came along. So yeah, it's a really valid point.
We haven't suffered, of course, anything like
what
Lismore have suffered, thankfully, and we're very lucky in terms of flooding that it's very heavily impacting for those properties that are damaged. We don't get a lot of sort of riverine flooding, sort of which hits our properties within our LGA, but it's the support that we provide to people that are often landlocked or unable to access their homes for long periods of time. That's where we see sort of a key role for ourselves.
So do you have any actual suggestion, given the experience and the debt that you're carrying, that do you have a suggestion of what that might look like?
I actually think we need some pre-planned agreements around the funding that's going to be available.
Yeah.
And so that and I think the work that we're doing at the moment is actually very helpful in coming up with how are we going to respond when we know the emergency is coming. Who's going to be, some real clarification around the roles, and I mean in general that the LEOCOM process, the whole emergency management process works reasonably well. But also what happens on the day after, after the flood passes, who's doing the cleanup? How are we doing that? How are we supporting communities to get their lives back on track? That's an area where I think local government is incredibly good at that sort of responsive nature. What's probably I think we've been less adept at is sort of what we do on the day after the emergency's passed and how we support communities to see their lives get back on track as quickly as we possibly can. So what I'd like to see is agreed arrangements around how we're going to do that, understand what the funding is, where that's going to come from, so that we can then be clear with our communities, we can help them to be more resilient in the face of adversity, and we can be better prepared in how we're going to help them after the event.
And do you think there's a role then, just trying to visualise how that all works, then is there a role in terms of the planning system and the increases that will inevitably come on those pressures and those disaster events from planning decisions? Should there be some consideration in the planning system?
I think the comments that Mr. Farrington made a little bit earlier about the areas that we know are sensitive. To your point, Mr. Munro, around around the data that we've collected, we know an extraordinary amount around what's actually happening in our area, the areas that we're going to see suffer greater storm activity, flooding, bushfire, the capacity to be able to build that into our strategic planning for what is appropriate land use into the future, and understanding that we're going to have to take into account the impacts of climate change in preparing future planning documents. So I think if we're following through with those, I think we sort of put ourselves in the best possible position. So I would come back to understanding the scale of the problem, therefore the number, time frame we need to be dealing that in, and then giving local councils, particularly where they've demonstrated a willingness to work with government around achievement of those broader policies, let us get on with the job of doing that.
And just finally, I would like to ask around, the biodiversity values and the sort of threatened species that are present and known in your LGA. What is the interaction between the state biodiversity laws and system and your capacity as a council to give life to the vision of that kind of healthy biodiversity or high biodiversity urban environment?
Good question. I think our strategy is one that we deal with it on a DA by DA basis, and that's really the only way I could respond to you in relation to that. It's a case by case, and there's an approach that we have, and it's challenging and it's costly for applicants going through that process of demonstrating avoidance, minomising and mitigation principles. But it's a process we're working with, but it is timely and expensive for applicants, and it delays the process, but it gets good outcomes.
At the broader level for council, our community are incredibly supportive of maintaining our unique environment. And whenever we survey our communities, the first thing they tell us that they want is the retention of the bushland character. We're blessed with some incredible natural areas, with some particular endangered ecological communities, Blue Gum High Forest, Sydney Turpentine Ironbark Forest, and a couple of others. We take that commitment incredibly seriously, and we put quite extensive amounts of resources into the preservation of that where we can, and we see ourselves as a model applicant whenever we're seeking to do works on public land as to how we might progress a development application. And as I can tell you from the applicant side, yes, that is time-consuming and very, very expensive, but ultimately a worthwhile exercise if it means we can preserve and continue to see sort of a really important value for our community being preserved.
Just on that, can I ask you about specifically, I think is it in your LGA, the Wesley Park project? Yeah, and I know I disclose, I think I've had correspondence with council about it on behalf of constituents, but is that is an area, and I think the committee will visit that area, but that's an area of very high biodiversity. You've got endangered ecological communities that are literally some of the last extant of that. Is that a project that you're going, that area, do you think that that's a project that council has got a good plan and is getting the balance right, and how do you see that progressing?
Yeah, well, it's a very important project for council in a number of areas, both for the protection of biodiversity, as you say, that's it's incredibly valuable. It exists on the site, and also balancing that with the demand that we need to supply recreational facilities and other community facilities which are desperately needed by our communities and have been identified as a need over a very long period of time. So our council's committed an extraordinary resource to the development of a plan that will both help, we believe, to both maintain that incredible biodiversity and also sort of share the use of the land for other uses that the community needs. So council, over a long period of time and through some incredibly extensive consultation and engagement, developed a master plan for the site. Off the back end of that master plan, we've prepared a very comprehensive development application, which is currently going through assessment. It's been exhibited. Mr. Farrington, obviously, it's on council land, so Mr. Farrington has acquired an independent planner, and of course, it will be referred through ultimately to the Sydney North Region Planning Panel, I believe it is. He'll provide, ultimately, they'll provide a determination on the thing. So it's one where we are so critically aware challenges that of what we're wanting to achieve across that site broadly and what we want to preserve. And I think it's been an extraordinary effort by council. I think in 30 plus years of working in government, it's probably the most complex development application I think I've personally ever been involved in. And I think ultimately will deliver something that's very special for the community there.
No, I was actually just going to ask that question in terms of noting that it's a site visit and what council's perspective was on it.
Just on that, there's contamination issues, isn't there? Because is it not an old public? I can't remember the history. I know I've been told.
The site, yes, it's a former landfill site. Mr. Farrington will correct me if I get anything wrong here. Maybe you should answer the question first.
No, you go.
So,
just to be clear, though, as Mr. Head said, I've got a different role on this one. Is that being the Director of Planning and Compliance? It's just important to note that we are my team is coordinating the assessment of the application.
Right. Yeah.
So yes, it has contamination on the site. It's a former landfill activity that occurred on parts of the site over a long period of time. It was also Real Fire Services did use the facility as a training facility. So there's I think there's some localised areas of some PFAS which is being resolved as part of the work. So of course there's a very extensive contamination management sort of process that's being sort of looked at as part of the development application. So it had a history as that. Sydney Water ultimately acquired the site. It was actually zoned as residential land. Council acquired the site back in 2016 with a long-term view to being able to, one, preserve, obviously significant bushland, also provide for recreation. It's also fair to say, just in terms of bushfire risk, that Wesley, the suburb, is actually a bushland peninsula, if you like. So there's only, at this stage, there's only been one road of access sort of in and out of the peninsula. We hope that this facility will actually provide for an additional emergency exit sort of in times of need for the community to egress from Wesley, should we be in the unfortunate circumstance of facing a bushfire there.
And just on that, with the contamination, is there state government assistance to do cleanups, or how does that work in terms of your vision for
the site? Ultimately will be, of course, subject to an independent environmental site auditor, will exist under a contamination management plan that will sort of help us to manage that site. Council did receive a grant from the state government that was for the overall development of facilities. There's really nothing, I'm afraid, that's available for council to manage its former landfill sites, with the exception of being able to charge the community for those works that need to be undertaken. And that's it's a broader issue probably in terms of management of landfill sites that were constructed, managed and closed to sort of long past standards, and in some cases councils are now having to deal with sort of contemporary standards on landfill sites that may have closed 50 years ago. That's a significant issue for councils and our financial sustainability.
And just one thing I forgot to ask earlier was we have heard from councils consistently that there are DAs sitting on paper that haven't commenced. Is that an experience of your LGA, and that could be providing housing stock, or is that something you're aware of?
Yeah, I think it's a common position across Sydney, given construction costs and the challenges for providing housing under the current market. So the feedback we're getting from the community is the same as every other council, which are the developers are saying the construction costs have increased not disproportionately to the sale prices, which means that a lot of the multi-unit housing developments are just not feasible under the current market conditions. We know that we've got in excess of 1,000 dwelling approvals for multi-unit housing over recent years sitting in the system, which have not been actioned upon.
Right. So, sorry, just to get those numbers right, so 1,000...
Over 1,000 dwellings.
Over 1,000 dwellings, yep.
Approved.
Yep.
Yet to commence.
Okay.
I'm happy to give the exact number, but we have done that analysis. And
if you can take it on notice.
Yeah, if you could provide that when that would be very helpful for us. I think we're getting a bit of a consistent analysis across many LGAs, so it's very helpful.
Yeah. And I guess just stemming from that, is there a concern that we have with the low-rise low and mid-rise housing reforms is the potential that you may see fragmentation of some of lands around the stations and in good locations for future uplift in zonings. And when the market changes, and that's why we're saying it should be opportunity for councils to plan locally to meet housing targets, because the concern we have is if you get fragmentation in the short term to deliver townhouses and duplexes, it may sterilise the opportunity to get sound planning around accessible locations in the future.
Probably one additional point around that too, which is, and Mr. Farrington, I've discussed this many times, and that's that if we see a fragmented sort of development or very much a very decentralised sort of development pattern occurring through low and mid-rise housing, I mean, that's through some of the dual-locks, etc., how we plan and deliver the infrastructure upgrades that are needed to support that is difficult. We, as I'm sure other local governments will be talking to the committee about sort of the financial sustainability. We need to be so focused with every dollar that we have as to where we spend it so that we can get the maximum value for our community. If we decentralise development sort of too much, it's how we cope with the traffic upgrades that are needed, the open space, where we put the community facilities, how we provide the services that we need to. That has quite a long tail for councils and just adds to the financial burden that we're currently struggling with.
And like to that point, with the Hornsby Town Centre master plan and the master planning process as you go through, you allocate certain lots that you might actually acquire through your section 711 and 712 contributions for public open space, a pocket park or the like. You're denied that opportunity, aren't you, if you've got that fragmented parcel?
It's harder. You will still collect sort of obviously funds for development, but where you will go about them providing the facilities, if your actual populations are spread across the GA, and this was part of the process for council around wanting to engage and develop a Hornsby Town Centre master plan, is we can see the opportunity there to concentrate the delivery of some very much needed community facilities in a central location, noting that we're serviced by 2 rail lines, we're at the junction of 3 major road routes. I mean, there's enormous advantages to being able to do that just from an efficiency sort of piece as well.
Thank you.
Excellent. We've come to the end of our time. Thank you very much for giving your time and evidence. And of course, the Secretariat will be in contact about the process for those few things taken on notice. We're very grateful. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll just adjourn for a short break. Right, thank you and welcome. Thank you very much for coming today and giving your time to give evidence. Can I please ask each of you to state your name, your position title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, and we will start with you on my left, please. Thank you.
Mr. Mark Brisby, I'm the Director of Planning and Sustainability at Lane Cove Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Yep. Bernadette Riyad, Manager of Sustainability and Resilience at Lane Cove Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Hello. Tanya Taylor, Mayor of Willoughby. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Alan Govender, Head of Planning, Willoughby Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
David Roberts, Environment Manager at Willoughby Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you all. Would anyone like to begin with an opening statement?
I'll start.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this issue of high significance for the City of Willoughby. When we consulted our community to inform Council's strategic priorities, they told us they want a city that's green, livable and resilient. We've enacted plans like our Green City Plan, Resilience Strategy and Reconciliation Action Plan to reflect these values, and we've been active in addressing the housing crisis with our LEP adopted in June last year and our established affordable housing scheme examples of this. We're on track to meet our target of increasing housing capacity by 6,700 homes in centres well serviced by transport and amenities. We're not a community that objects growth. We want to do our part in housing future generations sustainably and affordably. We're doing everything we can, but we're hindered by a planning system that is complicated, unresponsive to contemporary challenges and needs, and compromises environmental outcomes, and government departments that are working in isolation rather than addressing planning issues holistically. The Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, over 50 years old, fails to address contemporary challenges. We're falling behind and the impact is tangible. Over the past decade, we've lost 13 hectares of tree cover from private land in Willoughby, primarily due to development. This has intensified climate change effects like urban heat and biodiversity loss. Stronger measures are needed to mitigate this loss, especially considering urban densification is increasing, and we're aiming for a canopy target of 40% by 2035. The system is not effectively funding and responding to challenges such as sediment control, building compliance and overland flow management. Fragmented responsibilities split between private certifiers, councils and state regulatory bodies exacerbate this. So what do we need to address climate change through the planning system? We need cross-government solutions to fund much needed resources. We need higher penalties for non-compliance and vandalism. We need investment in new technologies that help measure climate change, such as heat and water, providing real-time data so we can respond and be agile in our approach. The imminent low and mid-rise housing and TOD programs need stronger environmental standards than currently proposed. Larger minimum deep soil areas, more stringent tree planting requirements and smaller building footprints if we are to achieve our tree canopy targets and provide enough soft areas to handle more rainfall. Investment in services and infrastructure, including better public transport and active transport options to reduce our reliance on cars is needed. Better quality buildings are needed with stronger waste management requirements, higher environmental performance standards and systems that uphold these standards effectively. We need state policies and requirements such as BASICs and Apartment Design Guide to be urgently reviewed so we can provide a standard of housing fit for our future climate. We need a unified commitment between government, industry and the wider community to overhaul the EPA Act and the Developer Contribution System. It is no longer fit for purpose. Every iteration to the Act over the past almost 50 years has made the system more complicated and less effective. So much has changed since 1979 when the Act was made. The construction sector was very different. Our housing needs were very different and our understanding of the future climate was very, very different. It's time for government and industry to come together and enact meaningful reform to build sustainable, affordable homes for future generations.
Thank you. Mayor, I note that you have a written that is on writing. Would you please make that available to Hansard? Because
Absolutely.
that would be very helpful. Thank you. Did anybody else want to make an opening statement? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll try not to, we've collaborated with our colleagues from Willoughby and we'll try not to cross paths too much. Lane Cove Council welcomes this review of the planning system and the intent to ensure that people and the natural environment are protected from the impacts of climate change. Like many other local governments across the state, Lane Cove declared a climate emergency in September 19. In recognition of this, Council has taken a leadership role and progressed a number of initiatives to mitigate climate change. Install solar panels across all our properties, purchase renewable energy, LED street lights, delivery of public EV charging, development of urban forest strategies and new planning controls in the DCP to improve sustainability. The planning system plays a critical role in supporting resilient, sustainable and livable communities in the face of a changing climate. Land use planning decisions have far-reaching and long-term consequences as to how exposed people and the natural environment are to climate hazards and climate impacts. Council sees an opportunity for improved alignment between climate and planning policies and for the New South Wales State Government to provide stronger leadership through state environmental planning policies, known as the SEPs, to provide best practice guidance to local government. Challenges, information. Local government plays a critical role in guiding and overseeing development. Increasingly, this role is being diminished through interventions imposed by the New South Wales Government. Example, the recently announced planning reform. Lane Cove believes the provision of new housing needs to be undertaken in a strategic and integrated manner with an evidence-based demographic projections, housing trends and analysis of areas' capacity to cope. The lack of up-to-date data is a barrier to planning for disaster resilient communities. Councils are left to fill the gaps. A best practice approach should be modelled in the strategic framework with specialist guidance and funding being made available to councils. Lane Cove Council is of the view that information about adaptation should be available for councils in a centralised location with effective coordination. Just to raise a further challenge, climate change, gas versus electricity. Installing new on-site gas is counter to the New South Wales Government's net zero goal and becomes a costly retrofit. Lane Cove Council is of the view that on-site gas should be limited across all development and should not be preferenced in the basics tool. In response to community concerns, scientific evidence, Lane Cove Council has introduced sustainable initiatives into its DCP, known as Part S. It aggressively addresses climate change with prohibited gas in new developments, mandated solar panels and solar energy, and aggressive tree targets to protect our tree canopy. As mentioned by our colleagues at Willoughby, it's a challenge on the North Shore. The concern is that the new SEP for sustainable buildings is a very conservative, business as usual document, particularly in relation to basics, and has disappointed the sector. For example, to mitigate climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, higher basic standards are required to provide a clearer pathway for development to transition to renewable energy, such as was introduced by the New South Wales Government. The basics tool should exclude on-site gas for cooking, heating and hot water. Urban heat. Like many other councils across Greater Sydney, Lane Cove raises the issue of increasing temperatures and the potential for development to exacerbate the heat island effect. And like our colleagues at Willoughby, tree canopy is a huge issue. Greater leadership from the New South Wales Government to institute stringent planning controls that address methods of reducing heat in the sustainable building set would be appreciated. The use of lighter coloured roofs, external sun shading, solar reflectivity and the like. Further review of the exempt and complying development SAP would be supported, as well as allowing sustainability initiatives and requirements within our LEPs. Revisit the apartment design guide and revisit the clause in the sustainable building SAP which limits the council's ability for a competing provision to improve thermal performance in buildings. Our colleagues at Willoughby mentioned the waste infrastructure, and we support that. Some practical suggestions for the hardcore planning. The introduction of the New South Wales Planning Portal has been a great initiative, but it needs greater resources, updating, and could play a greater role in there, such as accepting fees for DAs, doing the notification process for councils on DAs, supporting the assessment process of DAs. That has enormous potential that we would support. I mentioned sustainability initiatives in the LEP. There's been some recent inclusions from certain councils allowed by the department in their LEPs for sustainability, but only with potential floor space initiatives attached. We see that introduction in LEPs to be a positive. Strengthening of DCPs so they're not longer considered super flexible and ignored by courts. Review the private certification system which causes local government enormous troubles. And I mentioned the exempt and complying development SEP. Thank you, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. We will just free flow here with some questions. One thing I just want to pick up on very quickly as an initial point is this DCP of council being an enforceable instrument as opposed to this flexible. This is something that we've heard quite consistently from various councils already in this inquiry. I'm just curious to understand, has that view formed from the outset, or has it formed through the test and time of the DCPs, and where's that come from, and how do you see that playing out if DCPs were an enforceable instrument?
Thank you for your question, Chair. I would characterise it as something that's evolved over time. The DCPs under the statutory framework have always been guidelines with some flexibility built in, and that is to some extent necessary. However, over time that's eroded further and further, and as particularly the interaction between local and state provisions has increased, with increasing state provisions, those inconsistencies become more and more challenging, and the level of flexibility required of DCPs has grown and grown. And then in addition, a number of those state policies have specific provisions stating that where there is a higher standard in a DCP, it does not apply. And that's in various areas, which again further erodes that ability for council to set local provisions.
I just might add, the Act, I forget the clause number, actually states that councils must apply DCPs flexibly, and that is supported by the court. So we struggle.
No, I'm very cognizant that the current system has that hierarchy of instruments, and DCP is kind of doesn't even kind of really rate the mention. It's just one of these things. And I'm curious because it does seem that it is through, as you say, an evolving process where I think so many, from what we can tell, and really interested to hear your views, whether it's frustrations from council where they've been trying to actually implement the guidance of state government and policies on some level, or strategic documents, trying to actually give local truth to that direction, but then councils find themselves in courts being challenged because they're trying to implement those standards at the DA level, and then the pushback is, well, you can't do anything about that.
I guess in short, I would say I'd characterise it more as or the bigger challenge is those examples where local communities or local strategies have set higher standards than the state minimums. It's particularly where we find the challenge. And often those state minimums have come in after the fact as well. So you've got local communities who are comfortable with the standard and have thought of that as a standard and come to a council expecting us to uphold that standard for their neighbours and for themselves. And then get frustrated when they see that inconsistency.
And sorry, I'm just being a bit granular here, and I do apologise, but in terms of that, I understand that point, the later state, perhaps more minimal standards. But I think I've heard evidence that it can even be where the state has in a specific strategic plan, whether we heard this from the regions, set forward, you must mitigate things with climate, you must do all of these, and then you try to do that at the local level, but the state has then set these inconsistent standards, and that's where councils and local communities are often. Do you think that that happens as well?
Certainly, I'd agree that happens as well.
Thank you.
And then there's also the challenge of negotiating standards versus targets as well. And, the 40% target is a good example. We all agree, and many councils have set their own targets that are consistent with that, but it is merely a target. And then when you see the standards that we can impose to try to hit that target, they're not going to. And we're all well aware of that, yet no one has the capacity, certainly at a local level, to increase that standard. And as the SEPs and other things come forward, they're not setting higher standards either.
And so with the... So is council's approach, both your council's approach then, if something is in the DCP, you've tried very hard to, but you've got a very, you've got a determined applicant, let's say, is it then your approach that you would surrender that territory early, or would you defend that in a court, or have you stopped doing that? I'm just curious about where you're at in navigating that space.
At Lane Cove, we hold the line through our DA assessment, but that does lead to a lot of time in court. A lot of frustration to residents as well as the financial burden.
Can I ask you, I've asked this consistently, what's your average caseload, if you have one in a given year, or how many cases would you have at the moment?
In the court?
Yeah.
We've got 6.
Right.
And 5 major developments.
Right.
Built primarily around DCP controls being challenged.
Right.
So to that point, you hold the line, as you said, throughout the DA assessment, then you hold the line to the Land and Environment Court. What's the Land and Environment Court's position there, effectively to dispense with the DCP and just to follow the provisions under the LAP and nothing else?
I could nearly repeat off the top of my head the opening statement from every opposing lawyer that, as the chair just mentioned, the hierarchy is SEP, LEP, DCP. Then they quote the clause in the EP&A Act that says the court takes the position of council, must apply the DCP flexibly, and that's the opening statement in all the cases.
So then
the court generally doesn't give it great weight.
Yeah. So to that point then, what's Lane Cove's success in the court then as a percentage?
Pretty strong, pretty good, but at great financial cost.
Okay. So you are still being successful in the Land and Environment Court despite those challenges? Yeah. Okay.
And what are the arguments made to grant that success?
The principle we work on is that our planning controls, being the DCP, are what we call well made. They're supported by good strategic studies and background information. And a key component that wins us good faith in the court is that before they're adopted by council, there's strong amount of community consultation. So we're able to demonstrate that we're responding to what the community are asking. And the other key thing, which our lawyers always hit home to us, we need to be consistent. Where you do get in trouble with the DCP is where applicants can demonstrate around the corner, you varied it, across the road, you varied it, you're not varying it here. So that well-made DCP, strong community consultation and consistently applied.
Thank you.
I must say, I'm yet to, 20 years planning lawyer, I'm yet to see a bad DCP. They always seem to be really, really good instruments. Sorry, Mr. Higgins, you were going to.
The Willoughby experience is very similar.
Right.
Higher caseload though.
Right.
Off the top of my head, I couldn't give you the exact figure.
Yeah.
Happy to take that on notice, but it is closer to 30, I would say, for this year. And the reason it's so high is we do have that new LEP and new DCP.
Yeah.
And as that comes into effect with new, more stringent controls, there are more challenges seeking, well, is there a compromise to be made here in testing them? Success rate is still high, but obviously a number of those are still ongoing, so it remains to be seen. But again, I'd echo the exact same experience in that regard. I'd say the other challenge is DCPs take a long time to do very well. And so that's the other challenge. As a state policy may come into place, it takes time to then filter that down to a well-made DCP that can stand up in court. That's the other thing that I think the system struggles with.
Now, I've got to say, we heard this, it's a good point you make there, we heard this evidence on the South Coast that effectively, in terms of, forget about the DCPs, but the LEP making is a very long process, and how do you get around having an iterative process, so to speak? And some had advocated potentially that being done through some sort of set provision, but I think the better one that we heard was perhaps from, I think it was Shell Harbour, around actually linking it to maps that could be updated more easily. Is that something that your councils have used at all in terms of maps that might be updated more frequently than what LEPs are, that are perhaps more realistic of what the current concerns and challenges your community face?
I do think in some areas there are real opportunities to use the mapping better, and particularly around exemptions to minimum requirements or standards that won't be appropriate due to environmental sensitivity, and perhaps the opportunity for relevant environmental studies to be mapped, and then a process by which that could be assessed for exemption to inappropriate set provisions, I think is a mechanism that could help the current system.
Thank you.
What's your LEP, the new one? What is your new LEP?
Willoughby LEP 2023.
Right. And has that actually been made?
Yes, that was made 30th of June last year.
Okay. Still only seeing the 2012 one. Anyway, it's my search. I probably haven't done it properly. And so is the LEP still a good local government instrument, like a planning tool? Is that?
Yes. It's 15 years old, the standard instrument.
Yeah.
The one-size-fits-all is a bit difficult, but with a revisit and time for review, along with the revamping of the Act, it is a positive and good document that we utilise. But the standard instrument has been pretty rigidly applied by the department and doesn't allow us to include things such as sustainability, and it's time for that to evolve.
Yeah, yeah. Is it with your view
Yeah, I
as well?
generally agree, although I would say, reflecting our Mayor's comments, I do think it's over time for us to do a far more root and branch review of the whole system. And the LEP is a product of the Act. And the Act is now, at the time, it was cutting edge. At that time was 50 years ago. And while LEPs work well enough within the current system to a point, that point does fall short of our environmental requirements and needs. And I do think it's time that we take a bigger look at the system as a whole.
In terms of your challenges, your climate challenges at the moment, what do you see is your biggest? Obviously, each LGA, over whether it's fire, flood, heat, etc. What are you kind of identifying? All, some?
Thanks, Chair. Look, most of the ramifications will be around urban heat island effect. I know the North Shore is quite often seen as a very leafy suburb, and it is, but with, as the Mayor stated, 13 hectares of loss since 2011, we are seeing changes. in our heat. We are starting to map that. We're working with the University of Western Sydney at the moment, Sebastian Fauch, undertaking a comprehensive study of that area. Although we don't have the results yet, we have seen the practical loss of trees to a scale which will lead to hotter areas, and it will take time. But that loss is within the private areas. Now, we have obviously quite a lot of land, but we have increased our tree canopy in that area, but we've run out of space. We quite literally have filled up the spaces that we have available, and it's really up to that private sector to pull the weight from now on.
And are you experiencing, so if you, in terms of that private land and DAs and conditioning, are you experiencing constraints to the extent that you can properly impose or, plan for and then implement those mitigation strategies such as greater tree cover, deep soil, etc.? Is that something you're experiencing?
Certainly, yes. So enforcing minimum requirements for deep soil zones, requiring tree replacements, and also the nature of development. This is not unique to the North Shore or Willoughby. Infill councils across metropolitan Sydney have this issue. As we densify, there's a mix of high density around transit nodes, and some of these impacts are less there. These are areas that already have a lot of impervious areas. Where we also need to work is more medium density across Sydney. And as we get duplexes in particular in our area, that's another driveway. That's an increased footprint. That's less space for a street tree on the front, also less space for private trees in front and rear yards. And that's perhaps the biggest impact for a lot of infill councils.
So, Mr. Gvinder, would your DCP provide what's required to successfully move forward, but the state controls won't let you do that?
Yes, there's an element of that. And in regards to the SEP that's been proposed and is as we're advised, imminent, the tree canopy targets are 15 to 30%. But again, those are targets, they're not requirements. If you go down to the tree planting requirements and the rates, one or two small to medium trees, depending on the size, that won't achieve those targets. And those are 15 to 30%. They're not the 40% that we're seeking and know that we're going to need to manage heat island effects. And those will supersede any council controls.
And what's Willoughby's tree canopy at present?
Our canopy is at 36% and falling.
Okay. And for Lanco?
42%. We have to work hard to keep it at that.
Mayor Taylor, in terms of your position and your interactions with the community, you said green, livable, resilient. Does that... So how do you... What happens when you're getting developmental pushback in terms of this? Is that something that, you receive calls from proponents, landholders, etc.? And what mechanisms and tools do you have to have those discussions around the planning system?
Very good question, thank you. I do get often questions around our controls and how we're working with the community to ensure that the environment is considered as part of the developments. There's obviously just recently with all the rain, there's concerns around the wash-off with hard surface areas. So, I go back and say our LEP allows for this, but the state government's new proposed reforms are going to allow more development, so we are concerned about that. And of course, there's hard surface means that there's less trees, as Mr. Govender just mentioned, and less deep soil to allow for the development of the growth of trees. So, it's. I do say that we go back to our LEP, but there is concern that that's going to be overridden, can be overridden.
So it is a kind of being a councillor in your position, a mayor. It's I can do so much, but the state government will ultimately prevent us from what that local community vision actually is.
That's right, and I can do so much, but it is because we have consulted with the community as well in the first place. Our community strategic plan, our LEP, they're done with, over years and years of consultation with the community. And we got to a point with our LEP being made last year that I would say 90% of our community, 95% even, were very appreciative of the work we'd done and were very happy with the outcome.
And so what we've been hearing this morning from other neighbouring councils is that their view is that the greatest potential threat to their capacity to plan for climate change, biodiversity loss and community resilience is the housing pressures. And they've all said they want to be part of the solution. This is not not a politicised thing. It's a agnostic planning issue about how to navigate this. Can I ask both of your councils, what's your views and what's your capacity in terms of the housing figures that you will end up with at some point, and the extent to which that you anticipate will impact on your capacity to deal with those issues, biodiversity and climate?
Thank you. As I mentioned in the opening statement, the one-size-fits-all approach for the reforms just doesn't work. Yeah. They've said that it's planning, but it's not. They've just imposed it. For example, at Lane Cove, we've met our housing targets for the next 20 years.
Exceeded, yeah.
Have responded positive to the department and the government over the last decade and haven't been rewarded in the new reforms. But notwithstanding that, we've still offered to work. We think we can deliver the housing required in more appropriate areas than is imposed by the reforms.
Just on that point, because this is like a consistent theme that comes out. So there's obviously been a misalignment between the urgency to provide affordable housing for people who want to stay and live in the Sydney Basin. A political miscalculation, if you like, of the extent of the crisis. So obviously the previous planning trajectory was based on different expectations to what this government's been elected on. So obviously there's going to be a change in expectations. But since that has been out there in the public domain, and since the Minister's office has given those edicts, if you like, what's been your experience of the dialogue on how to navigate that trajectory towards those demands? Has there been open dialogue and good feedback, or has it been, look, we just want you to do this, you're going to have to wear it? Or is it somewhere in between?
The communications have been a bit quiet since the reforms were on exhibition. But I will say we've got our meeting next week,
right,
where we're expecting a response, and we're hoping our offer of give us the chance to provide the dwellings, we will, in appropriate areas in responding to our community.
And have you done modelling with measurable metrics that you can go in and say, look, this is where we reckon we can do it, and we think it'll satisfy what you're after? Is it at that stage yet? Or?
We've done work since February on modelling, and we have highlighted particular areas where we can accommodate the dwellings, and we've modelled what the reforms would do. For example, for those that know, Lane Cove Village is a highly sought after value to our community and would be impacted by the reforms. We've modelled what the reforms would do to that village and can provide that housing elsewhere more appropriate to our community.
And the analogous question for Willoughby?
So a couple of points I'd make where broadly similar feedback. I'd say the dialogue, while it has been quiet, these are substantial reforms. I'd say the largest I've seen in my planning career. This is very, very significant housing reform.
The electorate would say justifiably so.
Agreed. The point that I'm getting to, though, is
I don't know if they will,
that's
quite the assumption.
That's pretty big claim.
It takes resources to do them. and consulting effectively and in a fulsome manner with the number of local governments we have and the number of communities affected will take time. So that's ongoing, and I'd just make that point. I'm seeing a lot of really, really hard-working, tired people in the Department of Planning doing their best to consult with us. And I really do feel for my colleagues there. This is a lot to put on in a very difficult time. They're doing a lot. So I'd just make that point. The other, in regards to figures and so on, where Willoughby's in a slightly unique position is we've literally implemented an LEP to increase the capacity of housing, 6,700 additional. That's not 6,700, just 6,700. That's in addition to the capacity we already had to meet and exceed our housing targets in well-located areas, in close consultation with the community and with agencies, with Transport for New South Wales and others. We are very lucky in Willoughby to have a metro station and be well connected, and with increasing connectivity with Western Sydney Airport and additional metro coming online, we acknowledge and accept that Chatswood in particular is going to have a significant and important role in the additional housing we need for our city. And we're being as proactive as you can ask in updating our LEP to release that capacity, despite legitimate and ongoing concerns around congestion on Pacific Highway and bus services connecting Chatswood to surrounding suburbs. But we are pushing ahead, and we are doing our best to continue to work with Transport for New South Wales and others to manage this as sustainable growth. Yet now we have these reforms coming in on top of that, and it's unclear to us where we've not seen updated housing targets yet. We don't know what has changed. The population projections that we're working to.
And have you had your meeting with the Minister's office?
We have our meeting with the department within the next fortnight.
Right.
And just to the point, Willoughby's in a particularly unique position in a sense. You've gone through this LEP process. That process has been undertaken with certain expectations as what the meaning of an R2 zone is, what the meaning of an R3 zone is, where they're located, and you've done the planning on that basis. Then on top of that, you've got the changes to low and mid-rise housing, which will effectively shred everything you've done and change those assumptions. Mayor Taylor, to your point, this is a journey you've been on for some time with your community on. Your community's bought into it, been happy about it. Those assumptions are out the window. What does that mean for you? When you get the housing targets, you've gone through this LEP process. You've now got a low and mid-rise SEP. What else can Willoughby do effectively? You know, you've done that master planning. You've got a low and mid-rise SEP. What are the other levers you can pull?
We can work to targets if they're given to us. That's what we can do. And to your point, the community will be confused. This is also another issue. The community is now on board with us with these new planning reforms. They're a bit confused.
So your position is to the minister, to the government, hey, give us the numbers and we'll do it. Just leave us, let us do it as planners and do it well.
Precisely.
Yeah.
We want to understand.
And you're nodding to there, Lenko.
We've given a commitment,
Yeah.
I guess for us, to your point, what do we do now? I guess our concern is, should these come into effect, and I will also say, in that feedback we've had to date, so far we have seen a willingness to work with us. So there have been, from what I've seen to date, more around the TOD program, which were affected by both.
And you and Lane Cove both have interaction with that Tier 1 program of TOD around Crow's Nest, correct?
The Crow's Nest Metro.
Yeah. And so far in that process, the department has been very willing to work with the local governments, in my experience so far, to understand that local impact better and understand what has been done to date and what that means needs to be done going forward, if anything. So there is a willingness to get into that detail around the TOD programs. I'm hoping to see the same around the wider SEP reforms. If not, and if the SEP does come in as proposed, I think the other big challenge that perhaps is getting a little lost in this is the constructability of all this and what that means for local communities. The capacity we released in that last LEP was admittedly predominantly high density around transit nodes, and it doesn't tackle or solve the medium density issue that we also have, which would have been the key focus of the next tranche of changes we would have undertaken as a council.
So partly to your point of what you can do next, that would be what you could do next.
Yeah, and do that in a more strategic manner around transit corridors, around areas that are in fact well serviced, that aren't, and that it's all well and good to have a station or to have a bus stop. How well serviced is that, and what is it connected to, is crucial. And also crucial for medium density in particular is it's not just transit. What about open space? What about community services? And open space especially, as I mentioned before, the controls are such that the amount of private open space for medium density developments is very limited. It's a transformative change for how people expect to live in Sydney. That's going to produce a huge amount of pressure on public open space. If we want our kids to be able to play soccer, to play football, to play cricket, we are already oversubscribed on most of our active formal recreation spaces.
Does that imply that one solution could be in the centres around the transport nodes just going up higher, a la Parramatta, and then that allows you to...
Around the right nodes, potentially yes, and that would potentially also be more efficient from a delivery perspective, where you've got more focused construction delivering more houses per construction effort, versus distributed construction happening to deliver 1, 2, 3, 4, a manor home of 4 dwellings, having lost 1, okay, that's 3. How efficient is that going to be?
And that effectively has been your experience in both Chatswood and Crow's Nest, hasn't it? Some very high density, high quality properties that have been developed around there, which have obviously been brought up by the community, but you've had subsequent community infrastructure that's been delivered as part of that as well.
Absolutely. Artarmut's another node as well.
And those LEP provisions did include increases to our affordable housing rates as well, so that we can continue to build an affordable housing stock in perpetuity in community hands, which is another issue with the current SEPs and the reforms. The affordable housing provisions are really trailing behind. I think the industry would be better served having stronger, consistent targets up front, so that can be worked into feasibility going forward rather than variation and uncertainty. And then on top of that, the 15-year temporary provisions is not a real solution to what is an ongoing challenge and crisis.
And just going to that proposition that my colleague, Mr. Buttigieg, said about, that means high here, however that works and what you've done. Your premise is you are best placed to determine that, and at that site-specific and social as well as environmental scale.
And to be clear, in close collaboration with the relevant state agencies.
Yes.
And that, that I think also helps the state agencies understand what those local challenges are as well.
And I would just say also in collaboration with our community. And they're willing to have that conversation with us. They appreciate there's a missing middle as well.
Yes.
Can I just ask a final question? Mr. Brisby, you mentioned in your opening statement that a review of the apartment design guide would be necessary, and I just was hoping you could elaborate on that a little, please.
I think it could use an overhaul. It's a little unclear where it sits in the hierarchy. I think from a pure planning person who sits down with the DA, it's given heavy weight, but it actually isn't. It needs to evolve with the other documents, and a bit more aggressive around solar, sustainability initiatives. It just needs an overhaul and to find a real fit to where it sits.
I mean,
is it a planning control? Is it a guide? Or I think that uncertainty creates problems for both sides. For developers who aren't sure what they need to follow.
Especially if we're looking at increasing density, this is an obvious way to do it. Did you want to make any additional comment?
I agree. I'd add, in particular, there are a whole range of specific provisions in that apartment design guide that could be stronger. Waste provisions, building separation, solar access into apartments. I think we'd all be aware of areas of Sydney of high density that have been delivered under that guide, where we'd all stand and look and question the level of amenity being delivered. And in many cases, those those areas have been delivered consistent with that guide. That should be concerning.
Yeah.
And that's the experience. Sorry.
I was just going to ask one quick question to Mr Brisby on that point, and going back to effectively the DCP discussion as well. In terms of the Land and Environment Court, what's their perspective at all in terms of the apartment design guidelines and how enforceable any of those provisions are?
They give it very heavy weight.
Okay.
Again, we try and argue the balance of our DCP. Our DCP, particularly around sustainability, is quite aggressive, but in response to community and science. And we think the solution is a revamp of the LEP and the department to allow some of those clauses to go into LEPs, so they're stronger.
Okay, thank you. Good to understand.
Perhaps, and again, this is just back to that previous question around the efficacy of LEPs. The other reason I'd advocate for just a sort of stepped back consideration, it may not be through the LEP that local provisions need to be enforced. A number of the SEPs do have local exemptions, and so an alternate may be and I hesitate to add a new process to a system already overburdened by process, but a way by which local provisions could be assessed for inclusion in SEPs. But again, I'd be very hesitant to do something like that in a system where you already have a lot of process, a lot of applications going backwards and forwards between local and state government. I do think that there are a number of ways that might help in the short term, but I'd argue they should only be short-term band-aid solutions while a more permanent solution is put in place.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's, we're lawmakers and we write words on paper and then everybody has to go out and do what they say. What is there?
In theory.
Well, and then we have the compliance. But is there? That's a whole different issue. I know we're run just a couple of minutes over. So, in terms of the proposition, though, that a DCP does become an enforceable instrument, is there any unanticipated perverse consequence of something like that?
If it was as simple a change as giving it more weight in its current form, then yes, I'd expect that to be a significant challenge to implement, given that councils across Sydney have DCP controls that would be inconsistent with other statutory provisions in other statutory elements of the system, which would create real challenges for assessment planners and courts.
Because of the nature of which they have been drafted at the outset, because they were these flexible, unenforceable instruments and...
flexible instruments, enforceable to a point, but often drafted before subsequent instruments that are no longer consistent but are now in place have come into effect.
But the premise remains good local provisions need to be enforceable.
Precisely. And I guess what I'm getting to is that point we made in the opening remarks. What we're grappling with is a system that's evolved over 50 plus years. And that sort of ball of band-aids that the planning system has become is as much the problem.
One final point, and I'm sorry, I know we are over, but just with basics, you've consistently said basics is just not cutting it, and in fact it's undermining your capacity to do the planning job you need to do at the moment. Was that the premise? Yeah.
That's correct, yeah.
I'd agree.
Are there any final things you'd like to add?
I think we'd just add, from Lane Cove's point of view, was to put the government to put greater trust in local government to deliver, because, and I'm sure Mayor Taylor will say, the community is capable at our level of delivering housing, sustainability initiatives and the like.
I'll just reiterate the point that I really think we need a holistic look at the system, and that's not just the planning provisions we've spoken about today, that's also the contributions component of this. A lot of what we need does affect feasibility, and in order to accommodate what we need, we do need to look more closely at the whole system to ensure development remains deliverable and practical. And I do think it can be done, but not under the current system as we have it.
In terms of contribution, and we haven't dived particularly deep in it, but in terms of contribution, is the basic premise there that we're not requiring enough, or it's not commensurate to the challenges, or it's not.
Without, I appreciate the time.
Yeah.
But so as briefly as possible, yes, but I would add, it's not structured in a way to capture the value and the changes in value that occur over the development cycle. And so it's inefficient, and the value changes that occur are being lost and left in a small segment rather than distributed fairly across the whole area of the sector.
Mr. Govender, rather than a last-minute sort of pressies on that, would you mind taking that question on notice and perhaps giving us some of your thoughts on that?
Happy to.
Thank you.
Sorry, we're making you do more. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time and giving evidence here. It's incredibly helpful. Thank you. The Secretariat will be in contact about questions on notice and the process for dealing with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here and giving your time to give evidence today. Could I please get you all to state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And Ms. Kitson, we'll start with you.
Thank you. My name is Janine Kitson. I'm the Vice President of Friends of Ku-ring-gai's Environment, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Yes, Catherine Cowley, President of Friends of Ku-ring-gai Environment. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I'm Bronwyn Hannah, and I'm a member of Friends of Lane Cove National Park, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Jill Stevenson, committee member, Lane Cove, Friends of Lane Cove National Park and Bush Carer. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you all. And I just want to say thank you very much for your submissions. They're very helpful. And would anyone like to start by making an opening statement?
Do you want to start?
I'm happy to start.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Friends of Lane Cove National Park pay our respects to elders, past, present and emerging, on the land on which we meet. Lane Cove National Park is in a river valley and is under serious pressure from urban runoff and flooding. Our submission highlights how the current planning system is supporting developments that exacerbate climate change. It has permitted 6 non-recyclable synthetic fields to be built along the borders of the park. While marketed as environmentally beneficial and solutions to climate change, these fields are in fact fire hazards that replace spongy carbon sinks with urban heat islands. They increase runoff and release chemical leachates and microplastics into the Lane Cove River, which flows into Sydney Harbour. Their cumulative impacts affect aquatic life and enter the food chain. Our case study, the development of Norman Griffith synthetic oval, which is currently being constructed by Ku-ring-gai Council and surrounded by a critically endangered plant community above a creek that runs into National Park, shows clear shortcomings in the way that projects are assessed and monitored. It is also in a flood detention basin, a place the chief scientist said they should not be permitted. But no comprehensive flood study nor probable maximum flood modelling was undertaken for the development. Repeated concerns from New South Wales National Parks, and I'm happy to give you the letters here, were ignored, and there were serious conflicts of interest for those undertaking and approving the assessment. There was no accountability for incomplete or misleading assessments. It was assessed under the same planning pathway used for portable lifeguard towers and pedestrian pathways, despite involving major excavation and changes to hydrology. New generation natural turf fields can provide increased usage to support growing demand, but government grants for oval upgrades remain tied to synthetic fields, skewing the planning process. As the EU is banning rubber crumb ovals, the New South Wales planning system permits them to be built with no traps for microplastics on them. Our planning system needs to enforce robust buffer zones around national parks. The chief scientist's recommendations for synthetic fields should actually be given effect through DAs or through a type of design and place SEP or their own SEP. It is time to take climate change seriously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janine's going to do us.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity for Friends of Ku-ring-gai's Environment, or FOG as we are known, to comment on Portfolio Committee Number 7 inquiry into the New South Wales planning system and the impact on climate change on the environment communities. In speaking about Ku-ring-gai, FOG wishes to acknowledge the traditional owners of Ku-ring-gai and that they are on the land of the Gamaragal, the Darramurrugal and the Ku-ring-gai country. FOG is a community group run by volunteers. It celebrates its 30th anniversary this year. During these 3 decades, FOG has advocated for the protection of Ku-ring-gai's natural, built and cultural heritage. FOG is deeply alarmed at the state of the current planning system and takes the view it endangers the lives of residents from the accelerating impacts of climate change. Ku-ring-gai, being surrounded by 3 national parks, is in a high bushfire-prone area and with properties exposed to flood hazard. With escalating climate change, Ku-ring-gai will face more frequent, intense and life-threatening bushfires and flooding. FOC unreservedly opposes a New South Wales planning system that weakens environmental protections. Stronger environmental protections at the state and federal level are urgently needed to stem the crisis of biodiversity extinction and the climate emergency. The increasingly one-size-fits-all New South Wales planning system needs to be overhauled to ensure planning decisions prioritise resilience, climate safety and biodiversity conservation. In their current form, they offer little protection. Central to FOC's submission is the view that there has and continues to be a public policy failure with successive governments' urban consolidation policies that drive dangerous climate by escalating the environmental crisis through land clearing, deforestation, habitat destruction, loss of canopy and seed bank. FOC is deeply concerned that the current New South Wales planning system and poor controls exerted by planning instruments continues to profoundly change the landscape of Ku-ring-gai and is critically endangered ecological communities, particularly its remnant blue gum high forest and Sydney turpentine ironbark forest, as well as their capacity to regenerate into the future. It will also destroy Ku-ring-gai's natural beauty and its urban villages, many which are located within or adjacent to heritage conservation areas or national parks. Over 70% of Ku-ring-gai's endangered ecological communities are located on private land. And FOC takes the view that the survival of these endangered ecological communities are key to the survival of Ku-ring-gai's tree canopy. Yet these endangered ecological communities are under threat due to the decades of local government powers being weakened. Since the introduction of external planning panels and the deregulation and privatisation of compliance and enforcement regulators, local governments no longer have the regulatory and enforcement powers to refuse most development applications and ensure the ongoing conservation of its natural environment. Complying developments, SEPs, and substantially weakened legislation have fueled tree removals on private land, replacing small houses with oversized McMansion-type houses and apartment buildings. They have replaced trees and gardens with hard surfaces and reduced the property's capacity for deep soil landscaping. Without adequate deep soil landscaping provisions on private property, Ku-ring-gai's endangered ecological communities and canopy cannot survive into the future. Deeply alarming is that there is less than 1% of blue gum high forest in the world. FOC is concerned that current development proposals are assessed in isolation without consideration of the cumulative impact of previous planning and development decisions and their impacts on the environment. FOC calls on the New South Wales Government to implement a new fit-for-purpose climate planning system based on ecologically sustainable development and which upholds the highest standards of biodiversity conservation and climate resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we ask questions, could I please ask both you, Ms. Hannah, and you, Ms. Kitson, if you would be able to make your opening statements available to our wonderful people at Hansard? It helps a lot if you've got a written copy. Thank you very much. There's just two things we'll ask a series of questions if that's okay, and I'm going to jump first. I've just got two really pressing ones. One is about the refs. This is not something that we've had yet before this inquiry as a proposition, and the assessment pathway, the review of environmental factors, you've outlined that as a case study very well, and thank you for that. And for the purpose of disclosure, I know we've had some interaction in my other role as an MP not here on the committee in relation to that particular proposal. But you say that that was not an adequate assessment pathway for the purpose of that development. Can you just explain that a bit more? I heard both as sort of what you perceived as a conflict process, but also the level and standard of assessment that applies was not fit. Could you explain what that means a little bit more for the committee?
Sure.
Thank you.
So the REF, a lot of people would agree, it's not a adequate system to assess such a massive development like a synthetic field. But one of the big issues with the whole REF system is that they don't have to be publicly be made available. So we've got fields all around New South Wales doing serious damage to our environment, and they were all signed off on refs that aren't public available and aren't subject to consultation as well.
Right.
So not only are the assessments don't have to be as robust, but my biggest issue with the ref system, in my experience here, was the lack of accountability for it. So we only got the ref because we forced the council to make it public. Then when the ref came down, the construction was meant to start a week later. So we had a week to look at an assessments for what is now looking at a $5.5 million project with massive construction, massive changes to hydrology, in the middle of a critically endangered plant community above a national park. We had national parks writing letters saying, can you please stop and give us time to look at this? They were meant to be a stakeholder as part of the whole assessment process, and there was no ability for them. That it went ahead 2 weeks. It went ahead. Now, when we saw serious issues in that ref, and that was that the council had not looked at a whole regulation, Section 171A, which ironically is a regulation that's been brought in by the government to deal with flooding, to take into account climate change, to take into account impact on waterways and the harbour, and they're really good regulations. The ref was completely missing that. Now, the only way we could get that fixed was we wrote letters to the government. One of our members in the end wrote to you, Ms Higginson, about that, and you wrote a letter to the government. And we thought that the council would stop construction, but they kept going. So in Lane Cove, what happened when they realised there were gaps in the ref, they wrote to the council and the council stopped. This kept going. So we ended up having to go to court for this. Now that's, to spend $80,000 at a very start to get a ref to be made full is a ridiculous system. So yeah, that's what we're looking at in terms of getting accountability through that ref system. There's no oversight, and then first day of the court case, the new ref is brought down, and lo and behold, all the missing regulations are there. So we're paying our own ratepayers' money to get the council to do a proper assessment, which actually, for all intents and purposes, was unlawful. So that is a major issue with the ref system. It's just not a robust enough system for some of these developments.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then the other question I have, either for either of you in terms of your organisations, was this less than 1% of blue gum high forest and the stiff forest. If you could just tell us a little bit about that, like what is those areas? Are they fragmented? Are they in different areas? Are they cared for? Are they under threat? What does that look like in your areas?
Well, as Janine explained, most of the remnant trees that belong to these ecological communities, particularly the blue gum high forest, which, as been explained, is less than 1% left of this critically endangered. It's listed both on the Commonwealth Register and also New South Wales, has suffered enormously because the majority of the development that we have been experiencing is on residential land and in the areas where the urban consolidation has mostly occurred along the ridgeline. So we've still got, Ku-ring-gai probably has the two largest remaining parcels contained in nature reserves, such as the Dalrymple Hay Forest and in St Ives, and the Sheldon Forest, which is adjacent to the railway line in Tarramurra. And again, the blue gum high forest is particularly contained along that ridgeline, and that's where all the urban consolidation has been focused predominantly, and within St Ives along what is ridgeline. Do you want to add some more there?
I would just like to add that the geology of Ku-ring-gai is on a ridgeland and it has shale. Most of Sydney's bushland is on sandstone, and as in the Blue Mountains. But Ku-ring-gai and it did actually originally go right from the Sydney Harbour up the Total Ridge. The blue gum has basically gone from northern Sydney and closer in. There are small, very isolated patches. But it is still a coherent remnant forest because of the shale that is still there, and the shale is located on the ridgeline, which is where most densification has been targeted. So it has been a constant conflict of environmental versus housing. The problem is we need to implement recovery plans for these critically endangered forests, their ecological communities. And this is unsatisfactory at the moment, direly unsatisfactory, because, that we need to have land purchases to really extend and create more buffer zones. Folk was very involved in a campaign nearly 20 years ago to make sure we publicly acquired private land within the Dalrymple Hay Nature Reserve and Browns Forest, which is National Park, which was a huge campaign that involved federal, state and local government. And that really reiterated another generation earlier in the 1930s when you have the founder of the National Trust, Annie Wyatt, who also worked so hard to preserve that forest, because in the 1920s, when the Dalrymple Hay Nature Reserve was established, it was established because they understood back then the rarity of it. The issue with the blue gum high forest, which is distinct from any other area across Sydney, it's this towering, majestic, giant canopy trees. Of course, and this is something that Sydney should be really absolutely cognizant when we are having increasing temperatures and how these trees are so significant to cooling temperatures, cleaning air, and carbon capture. So these giants, which are predominantly on private land, as well as these very small pockets, which we've mentioned, the Dalrymple Hay and Sheldon Forest, they need additional protection, and that's what folk has really been very concerned about and articulated.
Yes, I suppose the urban consolidation is far more detrimental to these ecological communities because soil is removed, the seed bank is removed by the deep excavation that's required for car parking underneath these buildings. So we're losing seed bank, so it's not being regenerated, and new developments are not required to replace these trees. They're replaced with other indigenous trees, but not the blue gums that are so important to the biodiversity, to ongoing ecological conservation because of all the species that exist because of this forest, and therefore we've got threatened species that we are likely to lose in the next few years because of this continual loss of trees. And of course, with new state policies on the horizon, this will even be further. It's like a death of 1,000 cuts.
Could I?
Yes, sorry.
I just wanted to add from a bush caring point of view, yes, they are quite, they're not necessarily linkages, and some are cared for and some are not. And they are biodiversity hotspots, which are very essential in terms of the whole area in the park.
Can I add 2 points very quickly about that? Just the assessment of impacts of CECs. So a lot of the assessment is we're not going to cut down the trees, so there'll be no impact. Now, in our case, on page 14, you can see where the critically endangered Sydney serpentine ironbark forest is. And one of the big issues with that development was hydrological changes. And Roger Lambert, who is an excellent ecologist, in his report at the back, he talks about the changes to hydrology on turpentine and the fact that they're really impacted by changes to that. So when we're assessing these, it's not just about cutting them down, it's about really looking at the impacts adequately, because these communities are on the verge of extinction, and our future depends on them. So the other thing is the monitoring of the impacts on CECs. So just a quick, at the North Tamara Recreation Area, below the synthetic field there, it's Duffy's Forest, and there's some serious tree death happening below that field, and that's probably because of chemical leachates and excess water, but nobody is monitoring that, and that CEC is being, that's an EEC, that is being really impacted by that, but the system's not looking after it. It should be. So, I completely agree with what you're saying.
Mrs. Carley, just going back to the point that you raised in your discussion there, in terms of all these issues, and then you've got the changes we've heard already from some of the councils in terms of the changes to the low and mid-rise SEP and the impacts that will have on their communities. But we've also had discussion about the TOD SEP, and the two areas we've had discuss it previously, three councils I should say, we're all involved in the Tier 1, where there is more of an iterative process with councils. They're able to actually plan it. But when it comes to Ku-ring-gai, you've of course already been enacted under the TOD SEP with the 4 locations around Roseville, Killara, Linfield and Gordon. What's the impact going to be in Ku-ring-gai as a result of both that SEP and the low and mid-rise SEP in terms of some of these critically endangered species?
Well, not only those 4 station areas, and we've been allocated more TODs than most other areas of Sydney, and also we've still got to learn about the low and mid-rise, but we consider probably up to 90% of Ku-ring-gai is going to be impacted by various types of development. It will be the 6-storey and plus affordable increase, for the 4 TODs, and there'll be no master planning basically non-refusal standards, one size fits all. Council has not been given an extension of time in which to even, try and, I suppose, provide the government with perhaps a different, what's the word I'm trying to say, a different plan in terms of how that density would be managed. And then, of course, we've got dual occupancy in the R2 areas proposed, and then within the 800 metres around every village or centre, we will then have what's more the low and mid-rise, which will be townhouses, villas, manor houses, and so on. So we will not only lose trees, but we'll lose gardens, back gardens, which create the environment that we need for a resilient climate. And it's devastating. The thought of it is just devastating. Ku-ring-gai will be changed. It's already been changed quite considerably, but this will be unimaginable what it will do, especially to our tree canopy.
And Mrs. Cowley, you were mentioning before in terms of the amount of these species that are on private property. It's not just held, so to speak, in national parks and the like. Do you see these changes having a significant impact into the tree canopy there, and particularly with the changes that the government's proposed with the apartment design guide as well?
Oh, absolutely. It will be wall-to-wall development, basically, with deep cavities for car parking. From the examples we've been shown by the government, you might have a tree on the footpath. And that's all it will be. There won't be gardens. There won't be enough deep soil or sufficient deep soil for the type of trees that we are used to growing or seeing in Ku-ring-gai.
And we've heard through this inquiry, but particularly the initial stages, that when it's come to deep soil planting requirements, that effectively it's a tick and flick exercise, that something's planted there, but there's no monitoring, so to speak, of what happens to it in 12 months' time.
Yes.
And you might have something that's planted, but come back 12 months, it's gone, but they tick the box in terms of the certifiers that it was there in the first
There's no
place.
accountability now in terms of monitoring a lot of this development. A lot of development, of course, is conducted or assessed by private certification. So it's out of the council's hands, all the planning panels, and we find that often it's the the developers' proposals that seem to have more recognition than those of the council policies and standards. So we're very, as we said, we're very concerned about the weakening of planning legislation, which has gone on now for several years, and these latest steps are really going to be of greatest impact of all that we have experienced in the last 30 years.
Thank you, Mrs. Cowley.
Just sort of trying to get a handle on this sort of chasm, if you like, between what seems to be an urgent and pressing social blight, that is a lack of appropriate housing, particularly for our young people who haven't had the privilege that perhaps our generation have of being able to buy into quite well-to-do suburbs with affordable housing, and they're looking to stay in the Sydney Basin. Obviously, that demand and that crisis in terms of equity and access to housing has to somehow be addressed. but we've obviously got to try and balance it with environmental concerns. Where do you think the government's going wrong in that? Because obviously, if you're coming from a perspective of living in one of these nicer suburbs where there is a lot more environmental preservation and a lot more land, if you like, you're coming from a certain perspective that wants to maintain that, and I totally understand it. I mean, I lived in one of those areas myself in the Southern Shire, versus this sort of constraint that the government's under to try and satisfy housing uplift. I'm just interested to know what the alternatives might be to that balance, if you like. Or are you saying we do want to satisfy that, but there's a better way to do it? If so, where is the government, like in your view at the moment, what would you like to see done?
Well, I think there is a better way to do it than what the government is proposing currently, because it is a top-down, one-size-fits-all, non-refusal standards. You know, it's not allowing consideration of council's constraints, which have been well consulted over the years in the preparation of local environmental plans that plan appropriately for the area, taking into account environment, heritage, and so on. Ku-ring-gai Council has met and exceeded its housing targets over the last 30 years and is continuing to do so with a range of housing. Unfortunately, the housing is not really affordable because of the high cost of land in Ku-ring-gai, because of the amenity it provides people. And we know that what's being proposed for Ku-ring-gai will still not be affordable for the people that you're hoping to plan for. Unfortunately, we'd love to think that we could provide affordable housing for our residents, but with continual population increase, demand for land keeps prices high. Do you want to add something there?
I could add something if I could. My speciality is biodiversity, but I'd just say, personally, I think there should be much more investment into alternative housing, i.e. co-ops, collective housing, and the models that we've got in Europe, rather than more private housing, because the young folk are never going to be able to afford it anyway.
Yeah. It's probably good to note that Ku-ring-gai Council just took a decision to take legal action against the state government. I think that was yesterday.
Yes.
Yes,
Wednesday.
Clearly your council has a very, very strong view as well, consistent with your views, perhaps. Ms. Munro has a
Yes.
point.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the synthetic fields and the understanding that you have of why these are approved or why they're necessary in the first place.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the reason why they're going everywhere. I would argue they're completely unnecessary, but the marketing, which has been very effective about synthetic fields, is that it's we need them when it's raining. The kids can't play; they're staying at home, going insane because they can't get on these fields, and that's true for a lot of ovals. Like our ovals have been whacked on floodplains. No one's improved the soils. Norman Griffith Oval, my kids played on that oval. That was a mud bath. We all wanted an upgrade there. But there is a viable alternative. So, and that is these new generation synthetic natural fields, and they rely on developments in soil science, and they developments in turf cultivars. And Lane Cove Council's putting one in at Bob Campbell Oval at the moment, but there was a massive fight to get that. Because the planning system just assumes that if you want more usage, you need to go synthetic, and it's just not true. I'll also say they're marketed as all-weather fields, which is why the councils are putting them in. About 4 weeks ago, a friend of mine whose kids are at the local soccer club, at Westmore Soccer Club, got a text saying, "Soccer's cancelled today, we can't play on the synthetic field, it's too hot."
So this idea that they're all weather fields is ridiculous. If you look at Sebastian Fauch's research, which is in the Chief Scientist report, he's saying you don't put urban heat islands especially in Western Sydney, which is already an urban heat island, and Cork is incredibly hot as well. So that's not an answer to urban heat, and it's not an all-weather field. So we need to start untying our grant system to these incredibly expensive, unnecessary fields when we can use, we've got viable alternatives.
So
which we can keep everyone happy.
Campbell Oval, is that right?
Bob Campbell, natural grass. That was a natural grass at Bob Campbell. It was a massive campaign.
Oh, I remember it.
Yes.
I do know of it. Thank you. Okay.
And the planning minister untied the grant from synthetic to natural grass there, and that's what should be happening.
But only for that particular one.
Just for that field, ironically.
And your premise is that they should be untied no matter what.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't worry.
I'm afraid our time has come to an end. Thank you. Are there any final things you would like to add?
I would just like to say we've talked about ecological communities, but I want to say there's wildlife. There's marsupials. There's beautiful birds, and those trees that are so big are old trees, going over 100 years old, and they're going to be removed, and that bird life will disappear, and that is a loss for any future generation not to have. And local extinction and biodiversity conservation are the absolute other side of the climate challenge. So our urgency is that when we are saying these things, we know that Ku-ring-gai is a wildlife corridor for the Greater Sydney. It connects to the Hawkesbury. It connects to the Sydney Harbour. It connects to Western Sydney and the Greater Blue Mountains. So it is not just a view of one, it is a view for the whole of Greater Sydney's environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one final thing, just as a bush carer. When we have planning, often we don't think about follow-up. So as bush carers, we're in there working, we're all getting older from, not getting the younger volunteers. And if we don't get follow-up of the money, so sometimes the developer has been asked to plant, but if you don't get follow-up money, you just get weeds, and then you're getting a worse situation. And, I just say that the park I've seen it degrade in the last 15 years as a paid bush regenerator and a volunteer because of the weeds. And if you let like a moth vine get away, you've got 25 years of misery. Yeah. So we've really got to maybe invest more in conservation and less in recreation. That balance has changed a bit with the national parks. In the last government, they changed it more to recreation and barbecues and cleaning and away from conservation. So we really got to look carefully because we're just going to be degrading the parks if we don't really look after it with the turf fields and our protections.
I'll just say one last thing. That whole proposition that it's either biodiversity or development, it's like the planning system has to be bigger than that statement. We've got to have the flexibility to do both.
And the idea that it's this binary one or the other proposition,
right.
we've got to get rid of it.
It's a big issue.
Yeah.
Yes, unfortunately, development is focused on economic development and not ecological conservation. And the two have to, if we can't combine the two, we're going to have very, very big losses to our beautiful area of Sydney. It's not just Ku-ring-gai, it's all over Greater Sydney.
And you're in the good company of Ken Henry, who said this in the review of the biodiversity legislation recently. He said, it's time to get nature positive if we want to do right.
We have to live with both, yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry our time's come to an end. Thank you very much for your time and your evidence and your submissions. Thank you.
Yes.
Great, let's get started. Welcome and thank you very much for making the time to come and give evidence today. Could I please get you both to state your name, position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, and Mr. Donoghue, we'll start with you.
Okay, I'm Brendan Donoghue. I'm President of the Northern Beaches branch of Surfrider Foundation Australia, and I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
My name is, my name is Terry Fitzgerald. I'm on the board of directors of Surfrider Australia. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
I would like to do that.
Thank you.
A little about Surfrider. It's a not-for-profit funded by donations and grants. We have 7 employees campaigning on behalf of our Australian-wide members. Surfrider has branches from Noosa to Perth. Our branches bring together volunteers, activists, all looking to protect the public asset that is our Australian coastline. Our branches are the strength of Surfrider. Branches represent local communities and are the focal point of our campaigns, ranging from stopping the PEP leases, seismic blasting in Southern Sea Country, and through to community beach cleans. New South Wales has branches from Byron Bay to Ewan Country on the south coast, and again, community-based, volunteer-driven, all working to manage the mistakes of the 20th century and prevent greater mistakes in the 21st. I personally have lived and surfed in the Coleroy-Narrabeen embayment for close to 60 years. Management of the embayment often seems piecemeal, with flow-on effects of council works not assigned to consideration or, in the seawall matter, sadly ignored. I'm a member of the Management Committee of the North Narrabeen National Surfing Reserve. North Narrabeen is a world-class wave that has produced arguably Australia's #1 board riders club and a litany of Australian and world champion surfers. Yet the reserve has not been consulted until very recently regarding any works undertaken by council. An example, the lake mouth that directly influences the wave quality of North Narrabeen is dredged regularly with sand then trucked to Coleroy, where it is used for beach nourishment. Dare I say, to put the beach back in front of private property, and currently to hide a vertical seawall. I would add, at whose cost? Surfrider does not disagree with beach nourishment. However, vertical seawalls will hasten the degradation of Coleroy. Longshore drift will move sands north at a faster rate, blocking the lake entrance, requiring even more dredging and an ever-accelerating cycle. Surfrider produces a list of the top 10 endangered waves and beaches on our national coastline. Northern Beaches Council has under management 2 of the current top 10. In fact, numbers 1 and 2, which are Coleroy and North Narrabeen. Northern Beaches Council may well have the trifecta if its proposed wall at Newport Beach is built. Surfrider advocates the forming of a coastal commission with a qualified coastal commissioner to whom coastal councils can go for guidance, assistance and solutions in the face of rising sea levels. It is paramount the amenity that are our beaches be protected. I'll pass to Brendan as president of the Northern Beaches branch.
Thank you.
For more information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I start, if I could table some documents just so you can see the issue that I'll be concentrating on, which is the seawall at Coleroy-Narrabeen. Thank you all for all being here and your interest in this matter. it's an extremely complex task in front of you, trying to get a planning system that can adapt to climate change. As a town planner myself, the myriad of problems that are going to be caused by the changing climate are immense. The pressures on the coast are very obvious and they're increasing. It's where most of us live and play. 80% of Australians live within 50 kilometres of the coast, I'm sure you're aware. I have 25 years plus of experience with the Northern Beaches Surf Rider branch, and I'm proud to say that I'm by no means the longest serving member. We meet on a monthly basis and we discuss issues that surround the coast between Manly and Palm Beach, and we've done so for over 30 years. Make no mistake, we've hit a crisis point in terms of coastal management. And that crisis point, I believe, was made much worse by the introduction of the Coastal Management Act 2016. We can see what this crisis is at Collaroy Narrabeen. I believe we're going there this afternoon. We have been thoroughly involved with Collaroy Narrabeen Beach since 1991. I can't tell you how many hours I feel I've wasted dealing with state, federal and local government now about this issue. What has resulted down there is a tragedy, and it's a tragedy that cannot be allowed to spread. We also now know through our Wombrel branch that this is very much on the cards up there. Same consultants, same idea. Now, this has only ever been made possible since the changes in the Act. There's lots of good parts to the Act, I'm not suggesting that, but one major problem with the Act was the removal of the requirement of a specialised expert of panels, the Coastal Panel, to review such developments as we've seen at Collaroy Narrabeen. There is no shortage of reports and motherhood statements, and any reasonable person, when reading the plethora of these things, would get the impression that we're well across coastal management. Climate change factors particularly add to the problem, but there is now no room for wriggle room. It requires a clear, effective, unambiguous, strong and enforceable policy to mitigate the accelerated stresses affecting our coast. Terms of must consider or should avoid no longer cut the mustard. There can be no wriggle room. Hard decisions need to be made. We need an adult in this space. And unfortunately for New South Wales State Government, like every state government, it's your responsibility. It's no good the Bart Simpson excuse, it was like that when I got here. I have, as I say, fought for this over 25 years, and I think we've come up with the worst possible solution. This wasn't like that when I got here. It's been made much worse in the last couple of years. The Coastal Panel of Experts has to be reinstated. Any development, particularly on any surf beach, must go before them. And things like where the Coastal Management Act simply doesn't mesh with the SEP, let alone the LEPs, the DCPs and the coastal management plans that are being developed. I think over the last couple of years, I've honestly thought I've lost the ability to read English. I look at the objects of the Coastal Management Act and I look at what has happened to this once beautiful beach, and I just cannot reconcile how this, the first object, to protect and enhance natural coastal processes and coastal environmental values, including natural character, scenic value, biological diversity, and ecosystem integrity and resilience. I mean, that is the opposite of that. It's also, one of the other objects is to support public participation in coastal management and planning, and greater public awareness, education and understanding of coastal processes and management actions. As I say, we have met for hundreds of hours with this council over many years. We had no idea that this was even being proposed until it was well and truly being built. We helped them develop a coastal zone management plan that, to the best of all our knowledge, and there would have been 8 of my members at the last meeting in the draft plan, this was absolutely impossible. And yet I'm told by council staff, oh no, this was always in the mix. This wall was developed as though they were carports. There were notices this big on the front of these houses, not all at the same time. There should have been a billboard across Pittwater Road. They closed off Stewart Street for over 2 years while they constructed this thing. We had the developer absent while the Christmas King tides were on. We lost a bund, we lost boulders, we lost a whole block of sediment protection material. Plastic basically got washed into the Tasman Sea. None of the EPA, any government department I've been to, there's not been 1% in fines, there's been no apology. It was a debacle, a disgrace. But it's a wall that I've met as thick as that concrete as soon as you start to protest these things. The suggestion of a specialised climate change SEP raised by the EDO seems like a very good possibility for us. It does require the reinstatement of, if not a coastal panel, a coastal commissioner, similar to what state government introduced after the building collapses and things like that. There's not a lot of people with the deep knowledge required to understand what this wall will cause. And there are plenty of consultants that will propose this. There's no new technology in this, you'll understand. We've been doing this for hundreds, if not thousands of years, to ill effect around the world. For Australia to be embarking on this in 2024 is an international disgrace. So we need a plan for the future exposure, and we need to manage known risks. There's no point, like the federal government seems to be doing now with the bleaching of the coral reef, of pretending it's not happening. We need to face up to these facts, because the cost to the community in terms of loss of beaches, loss of public open space, loss of amenity and coastal ecology will be triggered by this sort of development. We'll also just be battered by insurance claims. This is not going to help. This is never going to help. You're not going to stop the ocean. We need to work with it. So such things as serious investigation of sand nourishment. I mean, I hate to say it, but Queensland kicks the hell out of New South Wales these days in terms of coastal management. It really breaks my heart. And we all know that New South Wales spends more money supplying sand to Queensland beaches through the pumping system there than it spends in New South Wales. So we need to get smart with this. There's not one person that I know of that is at all involved in looking at potential sand nourishment programs. Sand nourishment has great potential use, but you don't want to be doing sand nourishment unless you know you can manage it. This is not going to Mars. Countries have been doing this for years. Australia pretends to love its coast. It's time now to show that people that we do love our coast. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy for you guys.
Can I, that wall, where is that?
That we'll be looking at this afternoon.
Going this afternoon.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that at the moment. That's why I brought this down.
So okay, so what were the, can you just sort of outline the timelines and the decision-making points that...
Well, as far as, I mean, I had many discussions with Rob Stokes. He was a local member, and as town planners, we had talked about his act a lot. He just neglected to mention that the coastal panel could be, it's still there, but it's at the minister's discretion. It used to be compulsory. Now, all that's led to is a real estate rush. If you look at this image, you can see, I mean, this was what we did in 2002. That's the line in the sand. we got about 3,000 people on that beach protesting a rock revetment wall, not a vertical seawall. This was the beach in 2019, and this is the beach now. You can see there's a little bit of a land grab going on there.
Yeah.
Now, having discussions with the new CEO of Northern Beaches Council, and I would say that in Northern Beaches Council's own submission to this committee, they've identified that there's, ambiguity in between the act and they need more direction. Bloody oath, they need more direction. They need to be convicted. But I've suggested that I would have thought the 2 blocks that they've done so far has added roughly $30 million in property values to those private properties. And he said, I couldn't disagree with that figure. I mean, this is disgusting and extraordinary.
But is that what brought about those decisions? Is that a tension between the planning department and the Department of Environment, and would this body you're talking about have served as a bulwark between?
Absolutely would have. There's no doubt that similar, lesser, I would imagine, proposals of vertical walls and things have been proposed in the past. In fact, I know that's been the case. And they've always just been summarily knocked back. But when the current consultant saw the change in the Act and the potential for not having to go before a committee of peers, I guess, that's exactly what happened. He drove a truck through it, and this to me seems to be a business plan that will be pursued by similar consultants. And it's not a coastline that we can consider seriously. It's only been possible since the dissolution of the expert panel. And when I'm talking to the the Northern Beaches officers that I've dealt with for many years, they just say, oh no, this is all de rigueur. This all meets the requirements under the Act. This is all fine. We agreed on this in the Coastal Zone Management Plan. I've double checked with my committee, and no one that was there. It wasn't just me. I'm not making this up. No one knew this was all possible because it wasn't possible. There was a tiny little vertical wall down the beach in front of a block of units. It was in a much less hazardous part of the beach anyway, a much less open part of the beach, that had been there, and they used that through the consultants' arguments to say, well, vertical seawalls exist, we could continue this.
And what's the analogy with what's being proposed at Wombrel?
Same. Well, it's a stepped wall, to be fair. It's like it does go back a little bit, but it's a vertical wall. And you'll know that the problems with vertical walls is it's just pure reflection. Rock revetment is not ideal, but at least it breaks up the wave energy, goes up, down, in, out, da, 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 da. We know that the beach it will be more damaged in big swells by this. It will take longer to recover. And we know with climate change and expected sea level rise, this beach, the longest beach of the Northern Beaches, the jewel in the crown in many ways, as Terry has suggested. And for those of you who don't know Terry, he was one of the best surfers on earth for a number of years.
I know that name very well.
And and is a sort of world-renowned board manufacturer. This beach has created the thruster, the 3-fin board. These are the sorts of developments. This is not just a nice, pretty beach. It's a serious part of surfing culture. And for this council, I mean, if they took beaches out of their name, I'd be happier. Just call it Northern Sydney Council, whatever. But to have its name with beaches in it and to do that to it and set the precedent that could spread unless it's stopped, will go up and down the coast. I can think of 5 or 6 hotspots that have previously been identified.
What does the council say to the view that you stick up a seawall, you get this reflection, the sand denudes anyway, so you're actually making the situation worse, is presumably the argument. Yeah. What do they say to that?
They say, oh, well, that's an inexact science and we're not sure, and it seems to us that this will recover just as well. And
they haven't done any modelling too.
Well, they point to modelling as though it has endorsed this wall. I've read the modelling, and the executive summary on the 3rd page it's doing anything but endorsing it. But you can't sort of argue with that sort of mental attitude. Anything I've ever suggested, all the discussion for the Coastal Zone Management Plan went on over a couple of years. This was never a proposition because vertical walls were known to be damaging to beaches. And then when it's done, they tell us that it was always discussed and that it will work beautifully. And I mean, this is the nominal property extent. Never before have these houses had bowling green flat lawns. Never before were they allowed to develop beyond their building line. Now we've got plunge pools going in here. They've all bitched and complained about having to pay $300,000 contribution to build this wall that's added probably well over $1 million to their property value. Now that's not real because anywhere we've got government land, we're doing rock revetment. The government's more than happy. Down the southern end of Coleroy Beach, which is the closest to Pittwater Road, that was another excuse for this. We've got to protect Pittwater Road. Where the ocean is closest to Pittwater Road, there's a rock revetment wall. These walls work as well and better, well, much better in terms of damaging a beach than any of this. This works very well if you want a flat front yard and every square inch of your property or perceived property, because it's still a moot point whether or not once the ocean takes your property, whether it's ever been yours. So council has, for me, gone the way many councils will. These beachfront owners have employed a slick consultant engineer. That consultant engineer has gotten into the ears of...
Is this the same one that's doing Mongrel?
Absolutely. Yes. And it would appear to us that this is his business model, and unless stopped, we can expect that he will get jobs up and down the coast. He's got a very good clientele base here. These people have got dough. And it's up to the government to stop this. The fact that this is fronting public open space that is highly loved, used and historic in essence, and the public were not involved in any way in the development of that wall is a total disgrace. And yet again, oh no, we consulted with you from, and I said, well, when was the last time? Oh, 2016. This was built in 2021.
Is part of this the fear of litigation?
Well, there's absolutely no basis for that fear. I mean, I'm sure the consultant's telling them that there's fear of litigation, but there's absolutely no basis for it. We've got great legal advice. The state government, local government have never had to pay out for a house that's fallen into the ocean. It's not a thing. But, you know, it's much better to have your 600 square metres than to... And look, no one was suggesting what was there was right, but that's the council's comparison. Oh, well, this is better than it was. There used to be rocks that went out to here, you know, and you go, well, they were never legal. It's like I build an 8-storey cardboard house and they tell me to pull it down, so I just make it 6, and that's better. I mean, it just blew everyone's mind when this thing went up. And truly, we didn't have a clue.
Did you want to ask something, Ms. Munro?
No, it was very comprehensive. Thank you.
I was just going to say, so what about, have the discussions been around planned retreat, buybacks, that sort of thing? Was there ever any discussion?
Yes, if we go back to 1990, there was actually a beach management committee that was formed by Manly, Warringah and Pittwater. Both of us sat on that committee. Well, Brendan after I, with our mentor Tom Kershaw and Angus Gordon. At that time, this was raising its head because that was the time that it really became a pinch point as far as beach degradation. At the time, council passed a motion that there would be no further development of the properties in the stretch, 54 properties, and that they would proceed to a buyback option, of which 2 properties were bought at the time.
Right.
Yeah, it's 2, wasn't it? So, unfortunately, the Beach Management Committee was soon thereafter disbanded, and 15 years later, here we are.
There's also the issue of buyback. I mean, obviously these properties, this has been a problem here forever, and they've become increasingly and exponentially more expensive.
Yeah, in 1990, I think the estimated value was, I think it was 54 properties and $84 million, which now I'm fuzzy memory, but that's the kind of numbers we're talking about. That property these days would be in the hundreds of millions and beyond.
And there was I believe, a dollar for dollar subsidy from state government and local government. The local government would use its Section 94 development things for public open space. And one of the crazy aspects of this, has been so many ways with the stroke of a pen that we could have made this better, is that as soon as you acquired that property through those funds, you had to demolish the property. Well, there's no reason to have had to do that, except, that's what the law said. You change the law in beachfront properties. You buy the property, you rent it, you rent it, you rent it. You get Airbnb, exorbitant costs. People would pay over the odds because they're helping. But as soon as there's a storm and there's a threat to it, you demolish it and you let it go. I mean, one thing I've always thought is we need a tunnel through Pittwater Road and all these houses could just sit on top of it, just move them back. But these houses are really set there now, and they will be the gold standard for property owners up and down the coast. If they can get away with this, you bet they will. And we will be told by the consultant engineers that there is absolutely no proof, yet nowhere else I know is at all considering this type of brutal rubbish. It's like lying in front of that wall. If you sort of fall asleep, you wake up, you think you're in Katingal. I mean, it's not pretty. It's not nice. It's not safe. If you're walking along there and I've seen it while they were variously developing it and through storms where people are walking along and then a set comes in, they've got to run. Now, there are steps going up to private property, but they're actually clinging onto that. You can't just run up some rocks, which you could have before. It was never ideal. It's never been handled. But we've got to stop this now. And that's what I'm pleading that this committee do. And we can't keep hoping this is not happening.
And so just on that, and I just want to note, we're running over time now. This is very good. And I know we're going to the side. But in terms of that going forward, your premises, this is a lesson, badly learnt, and that going forward, we need to do anything that is not this, that involves protecting the coast for the public purpose, which is a healthy coast.
Yep, exactly. This beach is critically endangered now. For what? For the sake of a few property owners. Now,
well, is the argument that at times it doesn't even exist now? That's what
absolutely it doesn't.
Yeah.
The other thing that is easily possible, and again, a missed opportunity, is this wall could have been back here if you were going to build it. I mean, the idea that you just put it on your property in inverted commas boundary, I mean, you can see the difference. It was back there. We had that beach. Now it's out here. It's disgraceful.
You know how you said, I just want to finish on this, you know how you said there's a proposition that perhaps when you've lost your land, it wasn't, you're referring there to that legal doctrine of accretion and erosion where...
absolutely.
That's right.
There's legal precedent in this. And there's also the opportunity of value capture, which has never been explored. I mean, if you're going to allow anything that approximates this, whether it's a rock revetment wall or anything else, then the value of the property will go up because there is a better protection there than if there's no protection. So no matter what the contribution of the owner is, the government authority and state have a right to share in the obvious increased value. When we get to this site inspection this afternoon, you'll see that south of this wall, there is a rock revetment wall, and you'll also see that the beach is operating in a much better condition. But again, these people would have paid less. This is the problem. The rock revetment wall costs less, is less damaging, and is far better for the public. And all this opportunity, the trifecta of that opportunity was just blown.
Great. Any more final? Thank you. Okay, look, we will wrap up this part now. Thank you very much for coming. Very strong, compelling evidence today, and we will now close this session for the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, do we just meet you at the beach?
Lunch. Is that the plan? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the plan.
You got wetties ready?
Right, welcome back, and thank you very much for making time and coming today to give evidence. If you could please state your name, position, title, and swear the oath or affirmation in front of you. Thank you.
Yes. Hello, so my name is Rowena Walsh-Jarrett. I'm a proud Dharawal and Gumbaynggirr woman. I'm a descendant of multiple coastal Sydney clan groups. I wear, I think, like a lot of Indigenous women in this space, multiple hats. I'm Senior Heritage Officer for Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council. I am also a committee member for the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Advisory. We, I think, are sort of the peak advisory to state heritage. I think we currently fall under Minister Sharp's portfolio. We're leading cultural heritage reform. I also come here representing my coastal communities and my cultural connections, and as an elected applicant of the South Coast Native Title claim that is responsible for a claim that goes all the way down to the Victorian border to southern Sydney. There are going to be further, I think, negotiations or exploration around the northern boundary, but yeah, I come here, I guess, wearing all of those hats in a hope to represent, my people, my constituents that I've been elected to and entrusted to represent within the roles that I play within cultural heritage and environment, but also, represent my ancestors and I want to be representative and reflective of my continuous connection to country as a coastal Sydney woman. So I'll do my affirmation as well.
Thank you.
While we're there. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to start by providing an opening statement of sorts about the planning system, climate change, etc.?
Yeah, I think my major concerns at the moment, and just reflecting upon my experiences, and something that I really wanted to flag here, is the lack of legislative parameters for Aboriginal participation in environment, and how legislation and governance have siloed environment separate to cultural heritage. It's been a massive issue that has really impacted Aboriginal participation. I think it has put us more at created more of a deficit for Aboriginal people to be able to respond to environmental needs or be able to work towards our self-determination and aspirations and what we want for country, and being able to achieve sort of holistic outcomes based on the health of our country and health of our communities. There are legislative parameters that we operate in within the cultural heritage sector. I think it's within the Parks and Wildlife Act, and that was instated in 1974.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm correct on that one. That allowed Aboriginal participation in the cultural heritage sector and in a very sort of Eurocentric conservation model that created opportunities for participation. Looking back, we're about 50 years on in that, working in that space, and I'm unsure, and we're, from a cultural lens, from our community lens, we're really unsure why there's an acknowledgement within a cultural heritage legislation that acknowledges our tangible cultural heritage, but then that sits outside of the environment. It makes completely no sense to us, and it's really disempowered Aboriginal people, like I said, to make decisions about country and be able to participate in environmental management of country, and to be able to really, embed our unique cultural knowledge. But I would also like to have that noted that it's cultural data and it's a cultural practice that sort of some conservation legislations have locked us out of a continuation of that, seeing our cultural, continuation of our cultural practices. And they were only able to operate through the cultural heritage frameworks as they stand. It's a major concern. That's a natural segue into presenting about one of my major concerns as a coastal Sydney woman as a Dharawal woman, and also working within Metro Land Council, leading our cultural heritage team. We see directly the impacts of climate change in the fact that, there's the erosion of our sand dunes. There's been a lack of sharing data or information that may be in the cultural heritage sector, like the AHIM system, that at least, it's without its issues, but it was some way for us to have data around our cultural heritage and places that we thought needed to be protected. The erosion of sand dunes is causing, I know, for a lot of coastal communities, our ancestors being washed up or our ancestors being impacted, because we know that coastal Sydney people, I only feel comfortable speaking for my own cultural group. Basically, our traditional burial practices were that we buried our dead in the sand dunes. Other than sort of AHIP legislation and cultural legislation, we've had no opportunities to go out and be able to contribute to surveying of our sand dunes or contributing to the protection of our ancestral burial places. I'm trying to the best of my ability within the cultural heritage legislative parameters to have them protected under, whether it be Aboriginal places or state heritage legislation, so that we can have, the same sort of legislative protection as any other cemetery or sacred place of burial. At the moment, it's not the case. I could speak on Metro Land Council's behalf of the incidents that occurred at Little Manly, where there was an upgrade of a seawall, and it impacted a site that there was an acknowledgement of burials being impacted there for some reason. There was no AHIP, what was it? Sort of a proposal or a proposal or processes to get an AHIP permit to acknowledge. I think to date, further research that we've done, being able to further do studies, we're alerted to obviously the impact on in situ burial due to the upgrading of the seawall, but further study and working with studies that have been done before and looking at archival evidence, also tangible evidence held within various museums. There have been somewhere between 10 to 20 ancestral remains removed from this place. That is a major concern for us. Also in my role as a native title applicant, I was called upon by my community to Dharawal Beach, where another instance of sand dune erosion, and massive tide, changes in tides, and the depths of tide has impacted another ancestral burial. We were able to do once the ancestor was exposed and was taken into the care of the department, there were further studies and analysis done of the skeletal remains. This burial was a female and she was 3,000 years old ancestor buried in the sand dunes. We were able to have a cultural Dharawal women's gathering around that so that we could then reconvene as a community and have the opportunity to talk about what's happening with our sacred burial places and our cultural heritage, which we know a lot of our tangible cultural heritage are within coastal areas or within estuarine areas or close to water. And our lack of ability or lack of opportunity to participate in environmental cultural management, therefore the lack of cultural practices, therefore the lack of cultural data. We've been and that causes us, like I said, it's got us operating from a deficit. We're unable to have any sort of data to back up, or we have no opportunity to produce or provide data in specifically the environmental sector. And even though we know the interface between cultural heritage and the environment, it's just been ignored. And I just think it's been a massive. There's been so much environmental degradation. And it's been a direct impact, especially for coastal Sydney people, of the advancement of, colonisation and invasion and it's really disrupted our sense. We're now having conversations around sustainability, food security. What does that mean for Aboriginal people? And this is the threat that that climate change is having on our people. And we're all aware of the stats and close the gap and the various different legislations, but there's a genuine lack, or there has been a lack of Aboriginal participation in these conversations, or wanting to hear about our aspirations or how we feel it's best to culturally manage an area. I think they're just the key sort of subjects that I wanted to touch on, and the things that I've been able to, my own experience of working in there. We're working to the best of our ability as a community to increase participation in marine sciences and also coastal management to address these issues. But as I said, because of the lack of legislative parameter or legislative triggers within environmental law, there's no legal way for us to make sure that we're engaged or we're consulted with on these matters. And until that's the case, there's not going to be a budget or a scope or any financial support for us to participate in these, in caring for country, or caring for country as we see. But also we see it as a continuation of our cultural practices and our right also to like food, our food security and stuff like that. Because we can see, through generations that, certain species are depleting, certain species that we, for up to 100 years within the colony, were still sufficient as Aboriginal people. My 4 times great-grandmother helped establish the fishing village that is known as Lapa Roo's community, proud Timbri woman, proud coastal Sydney woman. There's minimal research that's been done historically by people like Dr. Michael Bennett, who works within Native Title, that looked at Aboriginal people and their sustainability and our ability to be sustainable, because we were still fishing. There was, government rowboats and petitions and stuff, and then you see under protectionism and when we were locked out, and there were all these legislations that did not have First Nations people in mind, like conservation legislations, although we do appreciate the layers of protection that they also they legislatively locked Aboriginal people out of the continuation of cultural practice and the ability to be able to be on country and make decisions for country. Like I said, and then there's that real disconnect of us being able to forecast for our aspirations, for our population growth, for our food security, for things like that, and also the ability to protect our most sacred places, our burial places within Sand Dune. We really hope and have aspirations as an Aboriginal community that we're able to participate more in sustainability and environmental country making decisions, so that we as communities can start to establish our own real-time research and data about country and the impacts that it has for us holistically, and how we can help to use these opportunities to support closing the gap. I think there's a lot of research and data that have been done in other sectors to address this, but I don't think if we're not able to address the health of our country and our connection to country and the sustainability of our businesses, but also our cultural practices, are further disadvantaged, I'm afraid.
So my colleagues and I might have some questions if you're happy to have a go at those, take those. Thank you. One thing I'd just love to have your views on is, at the moment, development that is proposed under the planning laws on private lands, so freehold lands, I'm trying to think through, but the interaction for First Nations views and rights comes only if there is objects of cultural heritage. That's your understanding?
That's what I'm trying to say. There's no other ways. It's only that if there are tangible, and it's placed within that sort of cultural heritage investigative process where they've got to produce ACHAs or stuff like that.
And so it comes down to that. It's got to be the stones, the
and
bones,
bones.
The objects. Whereas the intangible and this connection to and the landscape, we see that more.
There's no consideration, especially within New South Wales. I'm not sure about other people's legislation.
Yeah. And so the process at the moment, and, look, I know the current government is committed to this, and you said you're involved in the new cultural heritage laws, and we're hoping for some better changes. But what are some of the ideas, if you've had some, about where opportunities for and where and when?
I'm an advocate for this Connect with Country framework.
Yeah.
So the government architect, I think, released that. We've just celebrated 5 years of that.
Yeah.
This has been probably one of the only segues that has allowed Aboriginal people to come back into that conversation around sustainability and the built environment.
Right.
It's a welcome change.
Yeah.
It's very new, relatively new. So there's not too much data on like the scope of impact that this is making to our communities, but I've seen it as a positive. I think there could be a lot more.
And so that's through the architect, you were saying?
New South Wales government architect. So
And
the
so
Connect with Country framework.
Yeah. And is there an intersection, I'm not aware of, is there an intersection with the Caring for Country framework through the development of state environmental planning policies, strategic plans? Are they, do you get...
No, because people will only do what they're allowed to do, and in the Aboriginal community we call it ticker boxes, and if there is no legislative pressure for them to involve Aboriginal people in the environmental surveying processes, like I said, how can we come up with a solution if we're not even required? There's no, consent or processes for Aboriginal people to be in those spaces.
And so with that...
So like I said, with cultural heritage, there's a legislative triggers.
Got it. Yeah, but in the rest there's
none
nothing
in environment.
in the Planning Act.
So
there's nothing.
do you think any massive corporation is going to go outside just to involve Aboriginal people when they're not legislatively, or there's no policy that requires them to?
Yeah. Because they only have
Is
to...
the planning department required to cross-reference with the Cultural Heritage Act, though, and the provisions in there?
No.
Right.
No.
It's up to the corporate company.
It is. And there are different, especially for state significant developments and all that, there are different requirements, and especially for state significant, they're quite minimal.
And it's based on that due diligence framework, isn't it? So it's up to the proponent.
And it's basically consent to destroy. They're not focused on Aboriginal cultural heritage, the cultural rights of Aboriginal people. It's all about, obtaining AE permits so that you have consent to remove the cultural heritage from the area.
Yeah, so the intersection at the moment is when it's state significant development, then there is a requirement on a proponent to prepare a cultural heritage assessment,
and
that's
all of the onus is put on that.
Yeah,
to be able to describe, like you spoke about, the intangible.
Yeah.
But how is that? We've said we've got issues with trying to articulate our intangible and environmental connections through cultural heritage, which is heavily reliant on the discipline of archaeology. So these surveys are constantly done by archaeologists, and it is only based on, like we said, bones and stones. So there is no way in those opportunities to be able to articulate the intangible connections.
Are you aware of any work that might be happening at the local government council level in relation to opportunity for access and decision making around?
It's been a very interesting conversation. Like I said, because of the lack of policy or legislation, we'll often within sort of land council structures and other Aboriginal organisation structures, we have sort of built capacity with Aboriginal people qualified in land conservation, environment management. But like I said, we're completely left out of the conversation. For example, there's a local government within our land council boundaries, and we've had to have a bit of back and forth because they're trying to transition into supporting Aboriginal people participating in environmental coastal management. But then they also come back with us and say that there is sort of no scope. It's not been legislated before because it was all voluntary kind of opportunities, and there's no budget for Aboriginal participation. So we're required to come out, and there's a lack of acknowledgement of what our cultural heritage or what our cultural information or our cultural data contributes to these spaces. There are no, even within the mainstream system, there are actually no metric systems, to understand or to quantify impacts the country, so that there are issues that they're addressing in mainstream level. So you can just imagine how Aboriginal people have just been totally ignored and left out of this. And we're trying our best to sort of be able to create this data or create this dialogue around, metric systems that speak to that. So the social impacts of what environmental environmental degradation has caused for Aboriginal people.
Have you got a practical example of where you've come up against this kind of lack of brick wall, for want of a better word, of where you've kind of gone with an issue like tangible cultural heritages, and just trying to get.
So there's an example right now currently where we're trying to negotiate and work with Northern Beaches Council.
Yep.
So we've been, like I said, they're aware of Little Manly. They're aware that it was a complete stuff up, and a complete impact of, things that are very, I would say the most extreme level of impact to our cultural heritage and to, our burial places. They're aware of that, and then they're aware. They've got enough information through the cultural heritage practices and stuff that we've been participating in with them in terms of the repatriations, all of that stuff. They've got enough data to know that we do send June burial, that all of our tangible cultural heritage is within their coastal areas and all of that, and the waterways. There are multiple examples of that, but there's still this back and forth dialogue about, they're trying to do best practice, but they don't know how to engage the Aboriginal community on their coastal management plans. And they're not forced to. There's, like I'm saying,
is there any alternative route, like via direct to the Minister's office or anything like that, or the department?
There's no legislation or no policy. There's no pressure. So they're not forced to, or they don't have to think to. And as much as we'd like to think everyone's moving forward and everyone wants to find the roof on best practice, if there's no pressure, or if they're under pressure, there's time constraint, there's all of that, there's budget constraint for everyone. It's quite often the Aboriginal participation that will be the first thing to go.
It's like we'd like to have your views, but you come and volunteer and you tell 100%. Us it, there's actually no steps and regulation around how the authorities.
There's data around our socio-economic situations and stuff like that, and our desires for sustainability and to support sustainability, but like I said, at the moment, without the pressure of legislation or policy, I feel that there's a lot of communities that won't be able to contribute. So I'm hoping, by coming here and having this conversation, and just like I said, I didn't come prepared. I'm not a full legal expert, but just speaking from my own experiences and what we've
and that's very, very valuable to hear. Ms. Munro has got some questions too.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. And thank you so much for coming today. You mentioned earlier increasing participation in coastal management matters, and I was wondering how that is playing out and what that looks like. Is it successful? And
it's only, like I said, it's quite relatively new because there's all of these conversations around sustainability at a higher level, at a really high level, strategic level. Like I said, there's not been many opportunities for our communities prior to this, but myself, through my role at Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council, we have been reaching out. I think within our area there are something like 26 LGAs. It's a massive area. There's budget constraints with how much our land councils are funded to do cultural management or environmental management. We just were able to have really honest dialogue. It took a lot of time, unpaid time, from myself and some of the commitment from our community to have dialogues with people like Sydney Institute of Marine Science that we know just had they've just got federal budget, and they're big key stakeholders within the harbour restore efforts. They came to us and were really keen and honest to how they can best support Aboriginal people and increase Indigenous participation in marine science management. And I was just brutally honest with them and said, we have no budget and we have no technical capability or capacity because it hasn't sort of been a priority or something that's been funded in our community before. We're able to move forward. When I've done a series of talks, to their stakeholders and stuff like that, and they were committed to wanting to support financially. It was through philanthropic funds that were obtained to support the training of 15 Aboriginal people from Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council. We're also including the Gemay Rangers from the La Perouse area because, as I said, we believe cultural management of areas, and through our cultural lens we understand the connectivity of rivers and waterways. So obviously we were trying to work from that premise about that we're the two main key stakeholders or two main Aboriginal communities connected to the harbour, and working collaboratively with them to, like I said, train 15 Aboriginal people in Cert 3 in marine, maritime conservation and habitat restoration. But it's through, I guess, the commitment of Sydney Institute of Marine Science and some really amazing individuals that really understand and have been able to see the importance of Indigenous participation in how we manage the environment. I spent the morning at the Women in Environment breakfast that was put on by Bush Heritage this morning, and there's some really shocking data about the sustainability of all of us. And I think they forecasted something like 9 billion people to occupy the planet, but the planet only has enough resources to sustainably secure 1 billion. So you can imagine, the insecurities, like I said, about food security, all of this stuff, resource security, and then imagine Aboriginal people not being able to participate in those conversations or being disadvantaged or not contributing to the sectors or industries.
Thank you.
I think I answered your question.
Yes.
It's quite a roundabout.
No,
It's really hard for me to house it into one.
No, it's great. Yeah, really good context, and congratulations on the program.
Thank you. I hope it succeeds. I'm hoping to roll it out. We had a lot of conversations also. We had a, what was it called? Alliance of Sea Country.
Okay.
That was a national conference that was done. Last year was the first ever New South Wales wide conference where Aboriginal women got to speak about water and the health, how that's associated with the health of their communities. I think there's been some comprehensive studies done around the Murray-Darling and the Barker River and the impacts that's having on the health of our communities. I think everyone's pretty well aware of the M3 situation, how that directly impacted the Wreck Bay community. There's quite a bit of information there if we're willing to dig and be real about these changes.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I was just looking, one of the objects of the Coastal Management Act, which is, it intersects with the Planning Act to the extent it does, but it says to acknowledge Aboriginal people's spiritual, social, customary and economic use of the coastal zone.
But there's no strategic blueprint to incorporate us into the surveys.
It's just an object.
That's right.
And there's not that implementation in relation to that coastal stuff, but it's the same in the planning legislation. There isn't even an object around. So yeah, it's
difficult.
There's nothing other than, as you say, there's stones and bones and that cultural heritage crossover.
Yeah, it's one of the most Eurocentric disciplines ever, archaeology, to try to articulate, our aspirations and our connections to country and our intangible truths of how we, interact with the country and environment is just a nightmare.
Where do we get these intangible truths from?
Being able to go out and survey and contribute to the environmental studies that are done on our country, because then we're allowed to talk about the interrelationships between, well, in the government they're using the term now non-human king, but ecological systems and how we interact or how we're actually dependent on ecological systems.
I think it's unfair to be so dismissive of archaeology. Archaeology is
I love archaeology. I'm not completely dismissive of archaeology, but I don't feel that it can articulate our intangibles. I think opportunity given to us to participate in environmental or other disciplines would be much more beneficial to articulate.
On that point, what sort of information or infrastructure, if you like, intellectual infrastructure, has the government provided? Because there needs to be a framework that kind of, for want of a better word, measures intangible cultural value, right?
Yeah,
And
so this is an issue that's not just for Aboriginal people. As I said, I spent the morning at the environmental Women for Environment Breakfast and Bush Heritage.
Yeah.
Where they're finding it difficult to have the data, and so that the data does speak specifically to like business case scenarios and stuff like that.
Because the Heritage Act under Minister Sharp's portfolio does contain quite a bit of dialogue about this subject, but the question is whether or not we've got a handle on actually valuing it and then interacting with the community to bring it into review. So is there enough sort of information on how to package this up as a
I think we, like the wider community, are trying to create these metric systems or data systems so that it can feed within real time back into the environment, so we can then speak of the environmental impacts and how the social impacts that they're having on our communities.
But your evidence is basically that this, because there's no legislative coercion, if you like, or parameters, then it's kind of like nice to say, but nothing happens.
That's right. That's absolutely. And we want some high-level strategy or high-level policy that supports us.
And it's, I mean, I suppose I'm thinking of the planning system as all the layers that it has, but we don't even have a state environmental planning policy that says First Nations knowledge comes here. We have nothing.
That's it. So that's all I'm here to talk about. And,
thank you.
We want that participation and hope that.
And I think it's fair to just kind of put out there now, I know that the current Minister for Aboriginal Affairs and Treaties is working very hard at the moment in the background on developing data sovereignty systems and things through that treaties
and the commitment from our community as well, and the ACHAP.
A part of that?
A part of that, and how we're looking, like I said, how we can position this standalone legislation to be encompassing of the intangibles and stuff like that, and how we incorporate environmental study into that space, or the interface, acknowledging the interface. So these are all going on in the background at the moment. I understand it, but to date we have been pretty much locked out of it. And there's a lot of red tape that exists because of conservation legislation that was not thought through or does not empower Aboriginal people.
One instance, I suppose, as well would be when we are doing those threatened species assessments, and we're doing under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, and we're doing are we likely to have a significant impact? There's no place to talk about what is the impact on the local Aboriginal community, whether they're totem animals, what the connection is into the traditional knowledge, and there's none of that right now. I'm just realising.
So we have a lot of concerns, but like I said, I took the time out of my very high demand schedule and trying to build capacity within my community and do all that we're doing, but in hopes that we can come up with some solutions.
This is very valuable to hear, and how we go away and work out where what will go into to our final report here. And it may actually be that there's things happening across government at the moment that needs to feed into this process here, because we are.
I think it's a great opportunity, especially while we're looking at this cultural heritage standalone legislation. From my understanding, there's a commitment for it to be a standalone. I think Minister Sharp's very public about that.
Yes,
there's a commitment to that.
And I think the first tranche is coming very soon. So it might be something that this committee has to take note of.
Because we just want that acknowledgement of the interface. Between environment, and that's where our tangible cultural heritage is. And intangible.
Is anyone got
anyone
any
else?
more questions?
Is there just one quick one before? Is there like a peak organisation that everyone respects that can put that case to government? Or is
I think there's an opportunity to look at what DAA is doing, but also I think
what's that acronym? Sorry,
Department of Aboriginal Affairs.
They've got a lot of data about Close the Gap and all that kind of stuff, but I think it's very important that we watch this whole cultural heritage reform. Like I said, within state government, there's the ACHAC committee, which is Aboriginal Cultural Heritage.
But
advisory.
I think from what you're saying, and the terms of reference of this inquiry,
it is whatever's happening with the cultural heritage reforms, but there needs to be something in the Planning Act that will be speaking or hearing and taking that into it as we go forward. So I think,
specifically to environment.
Yeah.
Environmental legislation.
Yeah. No, you've raised something that we hadn't, that hasn't been raised
We did
before.
look at that when we were in opposition, when Ben was the minister, and that was a clear tension. That was a clear problem, that lack of transmission mechanism from planning to environment.
And I think while we're reviewing cultural heritage, this is an opportunity to see, the alignment or how we can sort of get that clear line of sight so that environment and cultural heritage can feed the necessary information into development and planning. Yeah.
And just finally for me, you mentioned the Connect with Country framework.
Yeah.
When you were referring to that, were you referring to that in all of its encompassing terms, or were you referring to something specific that is...
So it come from the government architect.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So it's given opportunity in the last 5 years for Aboriginal people to participate in conversations about the built environment and sustainability, which has been quite useful.
Yeah.
So if we could have a look at maybe some of the impacts of that industry or the impacts of those, that advice or policy, that would be good.
Excellent. And I'm sure it's resulting in much better design, a much better place, I have no doubt. Yeah. Okay, look, our time has come to an end, but is there any final things you'd like to say?
No, that was just my key points, basically.
Thank
that
you.
We need participation in environmental legislation as well as cultural heritage and acknowledgement and knowledge of the interface of those two.
Thank you. It's
Thank you very
incredibly-
much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for your time.